Oops, I'm still muted. All right, good morning, everybody. It's 8 o'clock on the dot, and we are going to get started in just a minute. Let me fix our audio problem. That should sound better. Did we lose our echo, Nick?
Yeah, it's much better.
Okay, that sounds great. We're going to go ahead and get started. Hold on 1 second. We still got a bad echo. That should be better now. We had some individuals that were going to join us in the office, but they decided to watch it from home today. So, all right, we're going to kick off Beef Boot Camp 2022. Thank you, everybody who was able to join us live. There is about 115 people that registered for this webinar. So I know that today we have a little bit smaller group. A majority of them let me know that they would either be joining on Facebook or that they would likely have to watch the recording later. So for those of you that were able to join us live, that's great. We're really happy to have you. I've got Dr. Chad Carr. He's the state specialist with the University of Florida IFAS Extension, meat scientist extraordinaire, and a pretty cool guy to hang out with. So we're going to have fun today. Also have Nick Simmons. He's my counterpart in the Western Panhandle of Florida, and he is going to visit with us today to kick the day off. And then we have people from everywhere from Canada to South America who have joined us today. So thank you, everybody who registered, and we are going to go ahead and get started. This is being broadcast live on Facebook, just so everybody knows that. It's on a page called Cattle Conversations. So I will show you the link to that. The recordings will be housed on Facebook, but then I'll also put them on YouTube. I know that not everyone who's joining us today is on Facebook, so you'll get a link to the recordings on Facebook or YouTube, whichever is the easiest way for you to join. And then to all of our people that are joining us on Facebook, please feel free to put all your questions in the comments. I built in some time at the end. We will take as much time as we need to answer everybody's questions at the end of the day. So with that, I will let Nick go ahead and share his screen, and we will get started with our first portion of the day. He is going to be talking to us about some of the things that we need to really start making that transition.
Okay, here we go. I got multiple screens here, and I couldn't find my buttons here. So can you see the title page?
Yep, everything looks good.
Okay, all right. Well, thanks, Callan. Appreciate it. I'm glad to be here and joining with the group this morning. Like she said, I'm Nick Simmons. I'm the County Extension Director and Commercial Livestock Agent in Escambia County, Florida. And I think, this is certainly a topic. All the items that you'll be hearing today are quite popular nowadays. We've seen a lot of shift in consumer demands to local processed and produced beef. And so what I wanted to do to get started was just talk about some of the basics of logistics, where the product, gets from the pasture to the plate. And I know we've heard that term a lot. But just some of the basics that you can consider, if you're already producing cattle, some things that you may consider adjusting or shifting in your operation, or if you're brand new, some things that you might consider as well. Let's see. So topics just to consider if you're getting started, you may need to think about if you're currently in production, kind of where you are and what type of operation you are. If you're traditionally a cow-calf operation, you're managing that operation for that, rotational grazing and planning for weaning and moving cattle, and then possibly after weaning, get them shipped off to another point in their life. If this is something that you're considering retaining these feeder calves, these stocker calves, you may have to look at additional areas to house them, places to keep them separate, where you can feed them a little bit heavier. And so you got to consider there needs to be some flexibility with your operation set up as it is. Another thing, and we'll talk about this a little bit more later in the presentation, is timing of a lot of this. I think that's one of the key elements of this is timing for everything, not only for when calves are ready to harvest, but when you're able to get product to consumers, if you're looking to do this year round. So you've got to, you're always thinking out much further ahead, and also with processing dates and getting that organized if you have to make adjustments within your operation. And a thing I think is good to remember is time management. I've got a lot of friends in different parts of Florida specifically that have really put a lot of time and effort into this. And, they ranch normally, that's their full-time job, but really they've had to hand that off to other people, and they've spent, considerable amount of time focusing on product movement, sales, marketing. And so it really, really can take up a lot of your time. And so that's one thing you need to consider as well. So in general, if you're looking to get into this, and a lot of you, if you already got operations, this is pretty common knowledge, but you need a place to safely and properly handle these cattle. You need to be able to, move them into different pens. There'll be times that you'll need to, give them shots and vaccinate. And when you start weaning and separating them out, pasture management. And we won't get into that into a lot of detail, but there's plenty of publications and information out there about pasture management, manure management. If you're looking at different ways to utilize grazing, especially if you're doing the cow-calf part on the front end, making sure that you've got plenty of space for that, and then separate pens for after weaning. You also, chutes and small working pens, kind of like in the picture here. There's times you got to get your hands on these cattle, give them shots, deworming, things like that. You also, you have to think about where you're going to keep feed that you're bringing in, whether, you're buying in bulk or, you buy by the bag, an effective way to store that and dry, clean areas. And then also thinking about your feed distribution. Are you using, the little wagon feeders that you can kind of move around in the pasture? Are you, using bunk feeders? You got to have the equipment to get it there, get it distributed, get it in the bunk. So, there's always those considerations about getting those feed products to the cattle. And then just, general farm equipment, tractors, the feeders, the horses, four-wheelers, things like that. So there's a lot of different items and things that you'll need to do this properly. So in kind of keeping with that same theme, when we're looking at facilities, some of the things we think about is the animal welfare part. And so we talk about shades and windbreaks here, and I know there was lots of information that come out over the last week or two about the heat wave or the heat dome that we here in the Southeast have been. We're approaching 100-degree days, so just making sure that whether it's a tree line where the fence line is, or you've got man-made shade structures out there, that there's somewhere that these cows can get in out of the sun, get a little bit of break. There's been multiple studies that show when cattle get into heat stress, they're not as productive, they don't eat, they're less likely to get out there and drink water, go to the feed bunk. So that's really, really important that we maintain some level of comfort for these cattle. As always, clean water access, that may be, from some well waters, or, if you've got access to a pond, maybe limiting where those cattle can access that pond. That way they're, not eroding the sides of the banks and stuff. When we talked about earlier that, if you're going to manage these feeder and these finisher calves, you may have to separate them from the herd. They kind of need their own routine, their own schedule. So having the facilities and the space to have them in their own lots, that way you can watch them a little closer, maybe more specific type of feed bunks if you're grain finishing. So that's one of the things to consider. Harvest location, where you're going to get these cattle processed. We'll talk a little bit about that here in just a minute, but the logistics of, where you're going to be able to take these calves, how many you're going to take at a time, the schedule for that, and kind of in the same token, the storage of the meat, after processing. A whole carcass is going to take up considerable amount of freezer space. So having, somewhere to put all that, and food safety is important as well. So some other thoughts here when we talk about keeping up the demand, and I think that's one thing that we've certainly seen is a big increase in folks that are looking for local beef, is finding different ways to maybe help meet that demand. If you have the means to increase, the number of calves that you're sending to processing, you have the space to store this product. Maybe you source some feeder calves from some friends or family or from another part of the country, and that could set up something that I've seen some of our friends down in South Florida, more of a cooperative system. One ranch is kind of supplying the calves at the beginning, one's kind of stockering, and then there's a feed yard that's finishing them out and then getting them to the processor. So everybody has buy-in or something that they're involved with, but essentially you're retaining ownership through processing, and you can still put your stamp or your brand on the product at the end. I think it's really important that you build a rapport with the processing facilities, especially if it's one that you're hoping to maintain a relationship with and continually bring product. Because I know up here we got processors that are already booking in the fall of 23, and so making sure that they understand the amount you're going to bring, how much customization that you're looking at, any kind of special branding or labeling that you're going to want. If it's a USDA facility, if it's more of just a custom cut type thing. So all those things will need to be taken into consideration when you're thinking about working with those processors. And the other thing is how you're going to get the product to the consumer, how you're going to make that easy for them, because convenience is a huge thing. I think we see that with retail consumer purchasing. So, are you going to use an online platform, utilize farmers markets where, you're bringing the product and selling it, maybe out of a refrigerated truck or something like that? Or are you setting up, I'm going to be, in such and such area on this date, if you made an order with me, I'll be there and you can pick it up. So just convenience to the consumer is critically important. I did laugh, Callan. I used this picture and I noticed how much a sirloin tip roast was at the time this picture was taken. It'd be nice if it was back to that price.
I don't think this is current, is it?
No. So some other considerations just to think about is, are you wanting to do this year round? Is this something you're fully committed to do? Do you have the capacity? Do you have the number of head just on your farm to do this year round? Or is this something, you're going to take your calf crop and wean them off, and you'll have a dozen or so feeder calves, and that's what you've got for the year. So just understanding what level of commitment you're wanting to make, and and how you can get there and be both productive and profitable. Remembering the amount of time it's going to take to finish these calves, and we'll talk about production methods shortly, but there's multiple ways to finish out these calves and get them to the end point. What does the timeline for that look like? Does that fit in with your scheduled processing date? You're having to push these calves a little bit harder. That's something you might have to think about as well. And in the same token of doing this year round versus seasonal, do you have the numbers to continue to supply product? Because one of the things I think, and I've talked to others that do this, and one thing they hate and they get negative feedback is if they've got an online site. Well, this product's not available. Well, it wasn't available last month. Well, you ran out, and I'm not planning to have calves harvest for another 2 or 3 months. So folks will start sourcing from other places. So just setting expectations and letting consumers know what you have available. And then marketing, we could probably spend a good bit of time on just marketing strategies, getting the word out there. But social media, websites, there's several websites that make it pretty easy to get the word out there. And there's lots of resources and publications on that as well. So if you think about different production methods, again, this may tie into what you're already doing at your farm. It may tie into if you're trying to hit a niche market with marketing and how you finish these animals. We all, should be familiar with differences in all natural, organic, conventional. Those are some really catchy words when it comes to the consumer and what they see on the packaging. And there's, I think one of the biggest things to understand is there's a place for all these types of product in the market. People have different wants and needs and things that they're looking for when they're buying product. So I think there's plenty of space for everybody at the table. Thinking about finishing cattle specifically, you're considering grass finish or grass-fed, grain finished. There's been plenty of studies, showing that you can get those cattle to an end point a little faster and a little heavier, grain finishing them. But there's, again, going back, there's people that would prefer strictly grass-fed cattle, and if your operation allows for that, I think that's somewhere that you can really capitalize and in the end save some money. And talking about the flow of product, it's really important that these cattle are going to get to an end point. You need to be able to get them to the processor in a timely manner. And like I said earlier, I know with a lot of those smaller guys around here, they've got dates already filling up in the fall of next year. So I mean, you're already planning a harvest date for a calf that's not even weaned yet, probably. So it goes back to building the rapport of those processors and making sure you're thinking ahead. If you have uniform groups, probably it was a calf crop that you weaned all together, so they're fairly uniform. Makes it easier. You should have a good idea of how much product you'll have after the harvest, and I think that makes it easier and lets you have more consistency in the product that you offer to customers. It depends on the processor. From time you drop them off to the time you pick it up could be 20, 24 days. Most of them are going to let them hang 14 days. If you work something out, I know a lot of them have really premium freezer space. So, they're wanting it from the time they get it broke down into the retail cuts, they need you to come get it. If you work out a thing where you can dry age a little bit longer, and again, that's something on the marketing side you can really promote and advertise. But again, that just goes back to the relationship and agreement that you have with the processor. Some other thoughts here, making sure you have some variety to your product. Different people like different things. They come from different backgrounds and different cultures. And so, some cuts that a lot of us may not be used to, or the way we prepare some of the product, that there's a lot of differing needs and wants out there with consumers. And so I think just making sure you have some variety, not just all T-bones and all ribeyes and they're all cut the same thickness, have some variety in there. I think, you'll get some positive feedback from customers. Vacuum sealing products, those, I think those just have a better look to them. They have a little bit longer shelf life. You can, attach labels to that a little bit better than the cuts that are just, wrapped in butcher paper. One thing that I've seen in folks here locally and others I've talked to is these box deals. It has a little bit of variety. It's got different cuts from different, parts of the carcass. People like that. It lets them try different things that they normally wouldn't ever buy. It also helps you move some products that may be a little bit slower moving. I know folks I've talked to, this is probably one of the hottest deals. So, you got a 4th of July box, that's got some steaks and some different things in it. Just another marketing way to move product. Food safety, making sure you can transport this product safely, from the processor, to the farm, or if you've got a storefront or something. Just making sure you've got that where you can store it properly until it gets in the hands of the customer, and then it goes from there. And just a few final thoughts, and these are some general thoughts. If you're involved in the cattle business and wanting to raise, beef and produce product, there's ways to network. Obviously, joining your local cattlemen's association. I know here in the Panhandle, several of them are 1 to 2 counties. We're Northwest Florida Cattlemen's, Callan. I don't know, y'all may be. I can't remember what y'all's is called, but that's a great way to build networks, to talk to others about things that they're doing, share ideas. Also, beef quality assurance. I'm sure many of you have heard of that before. We have a beef quality assurance program here in Florida. And it just adds another way for you to say that you're doing this process right, and that you're delivering a wholesome product to the consumer. Educate your consumers. They're curious about, again, it goes back to certain cuts, cooking methods, how these animals were raised. If you have pictures of the farm, if it's a family operation, that connection with the producer and the product that they're buying is really critical. And I think we've seen that over the last few years. And lastly, just remember that, this is a product that's going on, someone's plate, that you want to produce a wholesome product that's safe, and something that, frankly, you would be willing to feed to your family. So with that, that's the end of the show. So I will shut that down. Okay. So Callan, I'll got a couple minutes, but I'll turn it back over to you.
Okay, that sounds good, Nick. Thank you so much. That was a great way to kind of start us off this morning. If anybody has any questions for our speakers, feel free to put them in the comments box, either here on Zoom, or we've got a handful of people that are watching us live on Facebook. Y'all feel free to put your comments in the comment section, or your questions in the comment section as we roll along today. And we'll make sure we get all of those answered. If you think of a question later on that you didn't ask during it, or however that goes, just go ahead and stick them in there. We're going to have some time at the end for anybody who has specific questions that maybe come up. from today. So with that, kind of our featured speaker today is Dr. Chad Carr. He's a meat scientist at the University of Florida. He's great because he works, you know, in the field, and his family grew up with livestock. And so he's such an asset to us, and we're happy to have him today with us. And so he is going to spend some time going over a few different things with us. And this is really going to be kind of the bread and butter of what we're going to talk about today. And he's going to really talk to us about really how to skin this cat and what goes into it. And then following him, we're going to have Dr. DiLorenzo. He's going to talk some nutritional management considerations. And I'm also going to talk about the selection and management of cattle. So with that, please, during Chad's conversation, you guys are going to have questions, put them in the comment box and we'll work them in as we roll through. But Chad, I'll turn it over to you.
Okay, let's see. And wrong slide. Well, still wrong slide. Zoom slideshow. Hit the button. Hit the button. Hit the different button. Let's stop sharing while I'm spitting the bit here, whatever I'm screwing up. Let's see. Okay, I'm good. I'm good. Everybody see that now? A blue slide?
Oh, you got to share it again there, partner.
Oh, okay. Thankfully, we're not zooming as much as we were, and so the fact that I'm screwing it up, that's okay, right?
Yeah.
Maybe I can. Okay, I have about 7 different things that I can hit here. I'm going to go with this one and see how I do. How's that? Is that showing up?
Heck yeah, that looks perfect.
You betcha. You betcha.
Okay.
So, you know, if any time anybody's got any questions, we'll just stop and you can ask them. I don't know if that upsets the apple cart with what Callan has, or you darn sure can put in the notes or whatever. We want to help you any way we can, because lands, I bet since the 15th of March 2020, I probably have gotten, I don't know, I would say I've almost averaged a call or email a day of a work day of somebody that, we're going to build a meat house. We're going straight to consumer, or we're going to, as she was talking about, a different way to skin the cat, right? And we want to help you, right? That's our job in extension. But it's, there's some challenge to it. And at the core of it, right, kind of like Nick was talking about there initially, if we want to take and we want to sell some freezer beef, or if we want to take it a little step further and have some slaughtered under federal inspection, and we adhere to the right rules to be able to take some product to a farmer's market, the restraints to entry to that aren't that overwhelming, right? But if we want to quit our day job, right, and do this, or if we are, if we don't have a day job, we have 500 mother cows, and currently we're selling all of our wean calves as a group. Of course, you have a lot of the raw material to start with, but it's a pretty big jump, right? I mean, this is a pretty big jump. So I just tell you to kind of take it one step at a time and one bite at a time as you go. That would be my advice. But again, that's why I work at the university. I'm not the world's largest risk taker, and that's okay. So all right, here we go. Everybody knows this, right? I'm just kind of, and Nick talked about this just a little bit ago. When the world stood on its head there in March 2020, and we had an overwhelming bottleneck, right, from every commodity that we produce in this country, right? And now it's just continued on with the continual challenges that we have in terms of supply chain management, right? So what was a bottleneck in terms of we have these fed cattle, we have these big heavyweight market hogs. They have a finite shelf life, right? We cannot take this big 1,500-pound market steer. We can hold him a little bit. This 325-pound market hog, we can't hold him worth a toot, right? We can't do that very well at all. So when these facilities, and we got throughput and this deal's going like this, right? And when it stops, it was a big challenge. So then the beef industry created a big backlog of fed cattle, right? And calves that we were purchasing at the time, et cetera. There were really low placements there for about a 90-day period. In the hog business, we had bigger problems than that, right? Unfortunately, there were some folks with some big market hogs that they euthanized, right? So overwhelming, right? Everybody, that's still one of the things, unprecedented, overwhelming, black swan, all these different things. And so with that, the government, right, wrong, or indifferent, the government said, man, we're gonna, when these big facilities that when they can't operate, we don't have enough small processors to pick up much slack. That's true. It is true, right? I mean, there's no question about that. But one thing that I will tell you, right, we can get COVID, in a facility that slaughters 50 a week, the same as we can in a facility that slaughters 4,000 a day, right? But that's chasing another rabbit. But there has been a big push for folks to kind of decentralize some fed beef processing. It's pretty well established, and this is true, that about 80% of the 28 some odd million fed cattle a year that we slaughter in this country are processed at 4 major companies. That is true, right? So why is that? Because there's efficiencies with large scale commercial processing, right? And we'll talk about that a little bit. But anyway, and this last point right here is that, 2 years ago, my buddies here in our state, Florida Cattle Ranchers, when they kind of got past the initial bubble of kind of transitioning from everything that they had that was going to food service, then suddenly nothing's going to food service. Now it's only going to retail. They didn't really have the mechanisms to do that. So they got them some refrigerated trucks, and they pulled up. They would have some of their cattle that had been processed. They'd pull up at a parking lot and say, hey, next 4 hours, we're going to be selling meat at Hitchcock's parking lot in Williston, Florida. And it's on, right? People are coming out of the woodworks. That's not the same today, right? That's drastically changed. Even though the totality of the supply chain is still a mess, we're kind of it's patched up way better collectively in terms of getting products to retailers and food service. Some. It's certainly not what it was in March 2020, because we're going to have much less specialized cuts, right? And that just deals with having 20% less labor, right? But that's why we've had this change. I kind of mentioned this, right? The government, right, wrong, or indifferent, there has been a big push to try to diversify and to increase the number of small processors. And this has been a bottleneck really for a long time, right? And there's been mechanisms for folks that were livestock producers who wanted to do some of their own processing. Okay, there was some mechanism for that. There were some grant fundings. There were some grant opportunities through Rural Development USDA for an upstart first-time farmer, okay? There were other grant opportunities relative to farming and diversity, right? We had all these different mechanisms, but there wasn't really much for processors, right? So that has changed, right? And so there are lots of grants that are being written. This MPIRG, I can't remember exactly what that acronym stands for, but that was for facilities who were this was a real quick hitting deal for custom facilities that wanted to be able to process under federal inspection, kind of hoop it up a little bit. It's small pots of money, really. But this Build Back Better initiative, which would have started in January 2022, here's the link to that. The MPP EP deal, they've had their first call, and now they're kind of going with the second call. You don't have to have had a facility previously to do this. This is a rural development opportunity. You do have to have a feasibility study to be able to apply. This first time here, it was a pretty short turnaround. Probably not. I mean, it takes a little time to have a feasibility study done, right? So, I mean, there's some catches to this, but there's some opportunity there. And I'm not a grant writer, but well, I'll try my best to put you in with somebody that can help you. So this is uncharted territory, but there is quite a bit of movement here with that. So, and then this, I guess that really probably should have went on the previous slide, but kind of like Nick was talking about a second ago. So when a lot of these small niche marketers in 2020, a big percentage of them at that time, most of their product was going to food service. Within a 2-week period of time, they went from 90% of their a lot of them would have been 90% of their business going to food service to essentially zero, unless they had some kind of QSR deal or something with a local convenience store. Probably zero going to food service, right? And so they had to swap it up to go to retail. And the other thing that changed a lot is a lot of these folks, they went direct to consumer and merchandising this product online. So my buddy Brian Sapp, he runs an outfit in Southwest Georgia called White Oak Pastures. Man, their online business took off. My good buddy David Newman, they're in the Berkshire pork business in South Missouri. No time, their deal, they were putting a lot of high-end pork in food service establishments on either coast. That's toast, right? So they developed an online presence pretty darn quick, right? And they've come out and they've done good. And those online presences have maintained. Butcher Box would be another deal that's really took off. So one thing that I want to hit on relative to what Nick mentioned there, and he probably went into a little more depth as to what I would, and I know Dr. DiLorenzo, he's going to hit on this in a little bit, but I have, as there has been a big rush and a lot of folks are trying to go to direct to consumer, we don't want to turn out some products that aren't necessarily where a customer would have a high quality eating experience relative to a repeat buying experience. Okay, so I say that these right here are the absolute cornerstones of the U.S. beef industry. Okay, this is, they do it in other countries well, other ways, right? Do we have a small, young, grass-based business in this country? We do. It has grown some, right? It has. Can you have high quality, young, grass-fed U.S. beef? Absolutely. Absolutely, we can. Kind of like Nick was talking about, you better be a good grass farmer, right? You better be a good grass farmer and a good pasture manager. But you can do it, right? I've had awesome U.S.-based grass-fed steaks, and I've had some that weren't very good. With that stated, I've had some grain-based, commodity-driven steaks that weren't that good. But these right here are the absolute cornerstones of the U.S. beef industry. We have a calf. That calf's going to be weaned from his mama sometime between 5 and 8 months of age. It might or might not go to grass for some period of time. Some high quality grass where that calf can really grow fast. And then almost for sure, right, if he goes to a commercial feed yard, he will be fed a ration that's probably 70% concentrate grain and grain byproducts for at least 120 today, maybe as much as 220 days, but depending upon the scenario there. And that associates with depositing a little more fat outside the animal and depositing more fat within the muscle. Okay, that animal, by the average market steer that we slaughter in this country, he's 1,400 pounds. He's about 16 months of age. He's got about half an inch of fat. He grades low choice. Okay, that's the average market steer that we produce in this country. And then we kind of, as a byproduct of the U.S. beef industry, honestly, that product, what it does in terms of aging, post-mortem aging, within 48 hours of the time that that steer is slaughtered, we have all of his component pieces that are not going to go into ground beef. It's in a vacuum sealed bag. We put 80 pounds worth of like products into a box, and then it's shipped all over the country or all over the world. And so it ages there in transit. I tell you all that because I see some stuff, right, that there's folks, you know, if we're going to sell, we have consumer beef demand in this country is higher than it has been since I have been associated with this. The highest we ever had was in the early 70s, and we have built back today our consumer beef demand, despite record retail prices, right, is as great as it's ever been. So if we're going to go out here and we got whatever, and you know, we're going to be selling steaks from Mama's Milk Cow on the Facebook marketplace, right? Could that possibly impact our big picture global beef demand? It could, right? If we got enough folks selling steaks from Mama's Milk Cow, right? So take that for what it's worth. We want to support everybody. But at a global level, I do think we want to be cognizant of big picture quality and how that associates with demand. Because as we have made beef cattle in this country faster growing, heavier weight, a little bit fatter, a little more marbling, we probably had some change in hide color, although we have improved. We have improved demand. So take that for what it's worth. Okay, does anybody have any questions to any of that? We're going to talk about some more nuts and bolts stuff. Do we have anything in the chat, Cal? No? Okay. So
yeah, Chad, we got a couple, hold on, we got a couple things in the chat. I wasn't fast enough.
Okay.
Just some
Somebody's weed eating outside my office, and I can't hear worth a toot.
Okay, just some questions about grass-fed and developing management practices for grass-fed and finishing cattle.
It can work, right? It can't. You just need to be a really good grass farmer and have high quality grass that you can do this and not overgraze it. I'm sure that Dr. DiLorenzo or Callan or somebody, I am not an agronomist, but yeah, now as a whole, there would certainly be data that would support if we supplement this grass, regardless of how high quality is, if we supplement this grass with some grain and grain byproduct, we're going to get a little more goodie out of our grass, and collectively we're going to improve lean tissue accretion, we're going to improve fat deposition, and honestly, probably consumer satisfaction. But I say all that, right? There is about 20% of the American public that does prefer a young grass-fed beef product as compared to a commodity choice product when we're not considering price, right? That purely grass-finished, grass-raised, grass-finished product, it is going to be more expensive. You'll have to have a greater price point because that animal is going to be older by the time that we get it to having some level of external fat. It'll be lighter weight. And so per unit, right, it will have to be priced at a more expensive price point because of the less yield collectively we get relative to our input costs. But that's chasing another rabbit. Anything else there before we talk about Meat House a little bit? So the like I said, I don't know how many calls I've had from somebody who says, we want to build a meat house. And, okay, we're here to help you. And this should not just say, this top component, it should not just say challenge of small and medium processors. It should say challenge of everything, right? Labor. Nobody can get enough labor hardly to do anything. It doesn't really matter what we're talking about. But particularly 2 weeks ago, I was at our national scientific meat meeting, the Reciprocal Meat Conference. And this was kind of what was discussed by the processors and packers at RMC, the folks in industry. A year ago right now, the average processor HR group, they had kind of relegated themselves that, well, we're 20% back, maybe 30% back in terms of number of employees that we have had as compared to March 2020. And at that time, most of them would say, well, this is just what it's going to be. We're going to have to do the same with way less. They're going to make less specialized cuts. They're going to have less value added. They are just going to make, instead of taking this top butt and taking the culotte off and splitting it and taking this accessory muscle off and making these nice pieces. No, somebody else is going to do that. We're going to give you a hunk of meat. And it's going to be in a vacuum seal bag, and that's what you're going to get because we don't have enough labor to do anything else. So since that time, there is some automation within the beef industry. It's not much. We have way more within the pork industry. We have way more yet within the poultry business. Okay, so there is going to be some more automation. Okay, but the other thing that was mentioned relative to this labor shortage, and I hope this is not right, but it might, is like, well, if inflation gets substantial enough in this country, maybe people will have to come back to work. And maybe that's right. I don't know. But it's not just small, medium processors. It's everybody that has a labor problem today. And the deal with small to medium processors is that what they need is not just somebody that's, if I work in a big commercial facility, we got some trainers here. We can kind of fill in the gaps. I can show you this repetitive motion as to kind of how to work this section of the deconstruction line as we're coming down here, boning out chucks. Okay. I can kind of get you hooped up with how to do this and to bone these muscles out and do that pretty well. But in a small facility, you got to do it all, right? You don't have to just understand how to come out and bone out this chuck, right? You got to know what to do in terms of how to do all of it and most likely take it to retail. So we got a big challenge in this country today in terms of workforce development for all size of food processors. It's a big challenge. So, and it's probably the biggest challenge I would say today. This is not different than it's ever been, right? So a slaughter facility, why is it challenging for a small and or medium-sized slaughter operation to do to make it go, right? Is because what they're going to do with everything that is generated on the slaughter floor. A big commercial processor, all of this right here, they're adding value to it themselves, okay? So here's the story that I always tell to try to document a small processor and all of the byproducts from the slaughter floor, okay? My good buddy Larry Eubanks, when he moved here to work on his master's degree in 1972 from Texas, he started managing the meat lab here at the University of Florida. And Larry, for the first 15 years that he managed the meat lab, Griffin Industries, they would come and they would pick up all the byproducts, heads, viscera, plucks, hides, whatever, excess fat, bone, you name it, all the stuff that could not be sold at retail or whatever, they would come and pick that up and they would pay a little bit for it. So after about 15 years, they'll still come pick it up, but they're not going to pay you anything. Today, a small processor, it's a one-man show. Griffin Industries sold out to to Darling or Darley Pro. Pretty well anywhere east of the Mississippi River. It's about the only game in town or only game in anywhere in this side of the Mississippi River. And they'll come and pick it up, but we have to pay them. Okay. So in a big facility, relative to the cattle that they buy, okay, there's probably, I don't know, a reasonable percentage of the purchase value of the cattle that they buy on the open market. A reasonable percentage of those cattle's price is paid for. We darn sure are exceeding our slaughter cost. We are doing that by what we achieve by the time that carcass is in the cooler. Okay, so take that for what it's worth. Big time bureaucratic challenges, right? We're gonna take and operate under federal inspection. So we got to deal with the federal government. We got to deal with the local government relative to our wastewater and getting it approved from a zoning standpoint. Got lots of different challenges there. You also have to deal with occupational health and safety. So you got from an animal welfare standpoint, if you haven't done, I mean, this is, like we said, we got a problem and a challenge in terms of workforce development. There's not very many people that can fabricate a side of beef from a swing side into wholesale pieces or darn sure to retail pieces. And there's less people that know how to do that, plus slaughter the animal to get it into the cooler, particularly and adhere to the food safety specs that we got to have under federal inspection. So here's another thing. Let's say that we are making it work. And I don't mean to be a naysayer here. I'm just being honest with you, okay? So let's say we make it work. Let's say we are a small or a medium processor and we are under inspection. We've got our wastewater stuff going. We're figuring out what we're doing with our byproducts. We're figuring out what we're doing with our drops and our hides. We're kind of keeping the wheels on it. If I want to if I want to contract and get an account with somebody that's moving the needle, you know, a Walmart, Publix, Winn-Dixie, or Kroger, yeah, those kind of folks, for pretty well all of those larger customers, I will have to pay to have my food safety audited and my animal welfare situation at my facility audited. I'm going to have that, and I will have to probably and this is kind of the food safety component of it. This would be in addition to what the federal government requires us from an FSIS and HACCP standpoint. This is called Global Food Safety Initiative. This is above and beyond what you would have to do. This would be, and how this works, right? If I'm going to merchandise products at Publix, then Publix, before they will say, yeah, we're going to take your product, I have to pay for this food safety audit in my facility to be able to merchandise it through Publix. So that's something a lot of folks don't necessarily think about. So maybe on the more micro level, maybe I'm just kind of a little more hand to mouth here. We're not talking about getting a contract going with Publix or Kroger's or Hy-Vee or wherever. I know we got folks from all over which are kind of watching some of this. But if that's the case, we're a little more local. We are maybe going to sell some freezer beef. We're maybe going to take a little stuff to the farmer's market, maybe have a little retail store in our shop, something like that. It's not all steaks, right? We don't have problems as a whole merchandising the steaks. If I'm selling, if I'm merchandising hogs, I don't have problems merchandising bacon, right? We got to sell it all, right? And there is going to be you're going to have a backlog of trim and ultimately ground beef, right? That's a challenge. And you have to figure out, and you say, well, we'll just mark it down to $3 a pound. Well, the average consumer, however you got it packaged, they just got a finite amount of freezer space, and it just kind of, you're probably going to get backlogged on burger. Just to be mindful of that. I've already talked about this skilled labor deal, and that's a challenge, right? The other thing that I tell you, if you're thinking about building a facility, or trying to establish a brand, you got to think about who is your competitor, right? Because if we're coming in here and your competitor is, a product that's generated from a Tyson facility or JBS or National Beef or going through FPL Foods or something like that, your price point is not going to be the same, right? And there's just no way, right? And all these parameters that we've talked about here, the scale and efficiency associated with greater commercial throughput, you're from a price point perspective, you're probably not going to win that. And that's okay, right? If you identify those consumers who are willing to pay a premium for your product, that's what it'll have to happen, right? So, yeah. So here's kind of the getting back to, okay, we're going to sell meat, and this is what we're going to do. This is probably the first question, and Nick kind of referred to this a little bit ago. How you going to sell it? Okay. So if you have a few animals that you're going to take, and you're going to, I don't know, you got 60 cows, something like that, and you're going to take and you're going to feed out, let's say 8 of them, something like that, 8 calves from your 60 cows. You think you got the wherewithal to do this. You got a neighbor that raises some grain or whatever. You're going to do something like that. Probably the easiest thing to do would be to get on the Facebook Marketplace or something like that, and you're going to pre-sell the meat from those animals prior to slaughter. And to do that, that does not have to occur under federal inspection. That's what's called USDA custom exemption, okay? In that instance, you are selling a quarter or a half or potentially a whole beef, but you're selling the products that are generated from that animal, and that custom processor provides a service. That product cannot be resold, okay? That's probably the lowest hanging fruit, okay? If you want to step that up a notch, okay, and we want to maybe take meat to the farmer's market, or if we want to sell meat legally piece by piece from a freezer that we have in our farm shop or something like that, have a little retail store, if that is your plan, then those animals must be slaughtered under federal inspection, and they must be, most likely they need to be cut into component pieces under federal inspection, and unless the facility that you operate is recognized as a meat market, okay? So a major grocery store, they do not operate under federal inspection, but the component pieces that they get in, whether it's a whole chicken or vacuum sealed pieces of meat, that product was however it got to them, it was done under federal inspection. So there we go. This is a little document that we had, and we changed just a little bit this stuff real recently. So because then anybody that's not in our state, this serves as a reasonable outline. Some of the questions might be a little bit different. We got something in the chat. Yes, this is state specific. Correct. Yeah, this is state specific. That's exactly right. Yeah. So if you are, we do not have state inspection in our state. Okay. We are federal only in our state, in the state of Florida. In Georgia, if you are under state inspection, that is correct. Those animals that are slaughtered under state inspection and then cut into component pieces under state inspection, you can only merchandise that product within your state. That is absolutely correct. And then let's say if they were slaughtered and cut into component pieces under federal inspection, there's still going to be different state regulations relative to what you have to do to have a retail establishment or to sell at your farmer's market, right? So yes, very good. That is how that works. So if you want to sell this stuff piece by piece, for the most part, you want to take and get them slaughtered under federal inspection. So this is one little thing for folks specific to our state. There's been some change in administration with the Miss Mickey Freed administration within the Commissioner of Agriculture within our state as compared to what it was under Mr. Adam Putnam. And so some of this has changed just a bubble. But if you're a Floridian and you want to merchandise meat at a Florida farmer's market, they must be slaughtered under federal inspection. They must be individually priced piece by piece with an individual inspection bug on them. And you're taking that product to the farmer's market. And if you do not have a facility which is recognized as a retail market, you got to have a commissary letter of agreement with somebody that's going to store your frozen product most likely. And then you have to have a mobile vendor permit to be able to do that and sell it. And so it talks about, I've got to change this deal with the commissary because that's slightly different. Or it wasn't, we didn't have it revised correctly, but that's what you got to do. It's going to be different between different states. So that's very regulatory kind of stuff. If you want to have a little meat, this again is specific to our state. You all sell a little bit of meat from a shop on your place. These are the specs that you got to have right here. So this is a Florida Department of Ag regulatory deal. This is what you have to have. Different state, it might be a little bit different. It is probably a little different. There are some states which kind of have some kind of quasi cottage food on farm sales specs. Okay. So that's if you want to sell it piece by piece. Anybody have any questions there?
This is your chance, y'all. Take your time to ask your questions as we go. Because if you have a question, likely everybody else is probably thinking the same thing. All right, keep on trucking, Chad.
Okay, all right. So if I would say that that's kind of the higher threshold, right? If we want to sell this product piece by piece, we got to establish a relationship with a facility that operates under federal inspection. How many of them are there? There's not all that many, right? I mean, it doesn't matter where we are in the world. There's some states that have a few more, but that's the case. Maybe you're in Texas, maybe you're in Missouri, maybe you're in Wisconsin or Georgia. Those places do have such state inspection. And so with that case, you can have that done and that you can have some intrastate commerce. There's also there are a few states which have some real kind of intricate stuff that you can actually have state inspected product that can go for interstate commerce, but I honestly don't know all that much about it because our state doesn't do that. Okay. But that's kind of the higher threshold. Okay. Like I stated earlier, if you're going to take and try to merchandise, add value to a few calves a year, I would say probably up to 30 a year, depending upon your outfit. You could do that outside of federal inspection, and you'd have to make a relationship with a custom exempt facility. And in that instance, you are selling a quarter, a side, an entire animal, maybe as little as an 1/8, right? You're doing that before the animal goes to slaughter, and then you help to facilitate somebody coming to pick up that product later. Okay. And that is for the personal use of the owner, and it is not for sale. Okay. That's custom exempt slaughter. I need to update this for folks in our state. All I have to do is just go to the FSIS webpage and do that because it's there. Okay. Here's another deal. All right. This is not in its own way. This is unrelated. Truly, it is. But there's a lot of custom places which do this. Okay. So let's say I'm a custom slaughter outfit, and during the fall of the year, we do some deer processing. We slaughter some cattle. We slaughter some pigs. We do this, and we have a customer base. This is what we do: custom exempt processing. But then the front of the house, okay, I bring in inspected pork trim, and I make my own pork sausage and I sell that legally out of the front of the house, that's what a retail exemption is. Any pig that comes in there that I slaughter, I cannot do this, right? This would be very illegal. But there certainly are folks that have custom slaughter, but then they purchase in subprimals and sell some steaks out of the front. They purchase in trim, grind their own ground beef. Okay, so that's pretty common. Okay, that is unrelated, but it's still, there's a lot of that, and there's a lot of confusion with kind of how that works. So, yeah. And the other thing here, and this is, if you can find someone that can slaughter the animals potentially, but and you want to start being a butcher and merchandising your own stuff, you can do that, right? Honestly, in that instance, you could operate under retail exemption, kind of just like we were talking about, but that would be, you would own the butcher shop and you would essentially be just operating as a retailer, okay? So just like you'd have to have the proper state licenses to do that, but you could sell meat out of your shop in one other storefront without inspection. And here, you can't slaughter, this is what you can't do for retail exempt. You can't slaughter, you can't can it, you cannot sell to other retail markets, you can't sell to wholesalers or distributors. This is some more stuff here. Yeah, so it kind of gets a little more into the weeds, but that's what it is for retail exemption. So, and this is kind of this normal retail quantity that they quantify. So, does everybody understand kind of what I'm saying, how that would work? Yeah, I've already mentioned this. Freezer beef at Darnshire is an opportunity to add value. And if they are if they're slaughtered and fabricated under federal inspection, it can be merchandised piece by piece. So that's kind of that. What questions do we have there? Okay. This, if we want to be, and again, I work at the university. I have a state job that I enjoy. I work with awesome people and awesome students and awesome producers and processors across the state. So I like what I do, but I'm not a big risk taker. I'm not. If you are a risk taker, we want to help you, right? And I will try to put on my risk taker hat the best that I can to facilitate what you want to do, but to try to keep it real as well, right? I don't want to. I don't want to sugarcoat anything. So, if you are wanting to start a niche meat marketing program, I think these bullets probably kind of should help guide you, right? And like I stated, 2 years ago, right now, you didn't need a stick, right? You just was like, man, we got fresh meat or frozen meat and it's inspected and I can sell it legally to you piece by piece. I'm pulling up to this parking lot in Timbuktu and here it is, it's for sale. I don't think that's the same today. Even though, as I stated, I think we probably have some pieces of the production chain and of the supply chain that I don't know, right? It's going probably to, some of these things will continue to be farther out. But I think we're probably back to the fact that it just being local and or available, I don't know that that's sufficient. You probably need another credence parameter to go at. I don't know that for sure, but folks that I really respect their opinion, that's what they imply to me. You probably need a little more to your story relative to being able to get the value out of this product that you have to make it cost effective so that you're not directly competing with a mainline commodity product. So take that for what it's worth from a non-risk taker. Yeah, what that necessarily is, I don't know, right? there's not very many places, honestly, in the Southeast that you can go and someone will slaughter those animals under a certified humane or American humane. Those would be third-party entities, right? Kind of like I was talking a little bit earlier about Global Food Safety Initiative. Global Food Safety Initiative is kind of a big picture, third-party kind of governing board, which facilitates third-party food safety auditing. Certified humane, American humane, those would be third-party welfare deals, right? That might be some value added for you, but there's not very many slaughter facilities in this part of the world which are getting that audit. I mean, if you think it's hard to get some slaughtered under inspection, we're talking about having this audit, it's more rare, right? Yeah, maybe, maybe there's some, you can segregate yourself relative to your production method. We got grass-fed beef possibly, or maybe we got our sows outside and we're feeding these hogs outside the whole time. Things that are can be a little more challenging in terms of production cost. If we have something that is certified USDA organic, right? There's quite a few specs associated with that. So yeah, there's a lot with, we back up here and talk about grass-fed beef, there can be a little more flexibility, some of that. Yeah, it's a good deal, Callan. Yeah, third-party auditing it. I think that's yeah, we'll help you any way we can because there's so much confusion with that, right? Today, if you want to have a label that says grass-fed beef on the label, not point of sale, but on the label for a product that's merchandised under FSIS inspection, today, that does not actually require a third-party audit. You have to have, you turn in your, exactly what you're doing, but it doesn't have to have a third-party audit. Organic does. Yeah. So, you have to have a, what's the legal term that I'm looking for relative to affidavit? You have to have a signed affidavit relative to what you're doing relative to grass-fed beef production. So, but if it's USDA organic, then it is mandated that you have that. If you're selling into somebody else's grass-fed beef program or selling unto, if you're going to sell this product into a Whole Foods or a Sprouts or something like that, then you can almost, or Publix, whatever, you can almost guarantee that they are going to require relative to that label that you would have a third-party label or a third-party audit on behalf of that. Okay, so and all these things have association with quality, whether they, how much. Yeah, there's some of those have real impact on the palatability and eating quality, and some might not as much. But anyway, so there's kind of another stopping point. What questions do we have there?
Y'all can either unmute your microphones and ask questions or type them in the chat, but this is a good spot. I know there's a lot of questions on things like this. I'm happy to host a webinar on third-party verification and maybe cover some of the other topics that aren't so nuts and bolts of the basic production like Chad's talking about today. So if you're interested, I'll work on that. But please do ask your questions as we go, because this is where it gets confusing, but we're starting to get into some of the stuff that's really going to impact your ability to be successful at this.
Okay, so I'll tell a real brief story on my family, and then we'll talk a little bit about this. If you want to build a meat house, building and processing facility. So I don't know. This has been 7 or 8 years ago. There was, I don't know, they had, I have no idea why they didn't just merchandise this heifer in a truckload lot like they generally do, but they decided, well, we're gonna feed this heifer. And this was a Charolais sired feeder calf, right? And that she's pretty nice heifer, right? Why they didn't sell her as a 550-pound weaned heifer, I have no idea. But they thought, well, we're gonna feed her. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. In my family, they've been doing this long. They've not been feeding cattle, right? They would have certainly stockered some cattle back 15 years ago, maybe 3 or 4 loads of cattle, and they have about 200 some odd mother cows, but they are not commercial cattle feeders whatsoever. Had a few horses. They had some hogs. That's why I went to college. They raised purebred hogs. So they've got quite a bit of stockmanship experience, but not much experience at all, maybe in 60 years of feeding a market steer. This is a market heifer, actually. And so they start supplementing this heifer, kind of essentially pasture supplementation. They had her in a barn lot here, and she was getting some hay and a little bit of grass around. And so I don't know, I came home for Christmas, and this heifer, I don't know, she would have been a yearling essentially by then, and she'd probably been offered, I'm going to say, maybe 1.5% of her body weight in some kind of byproduct feed. I don't know, probably some Tennessee Farmers Co-op beef feed of some sort. It's probably what they was feeding it. I don't really know. And this heifer, when I saw her there at Christmas, she probably weighed 950, something like that. And she had been fed this product at about that rate, probably for, I don't know, at this point, probably for, I don't know, 120 days, something like that. And she had just a little bit of flesh, you know, maybe had 1/1500th of an inch of fat, top, something like that. My dad and uncle, they were like, well, what do you think? And I was like, what do you mean, what do I think? And they were like, well, do you think she's getting ready? And it's like, no, not really, right? I said, no. And they said, well, we fed her, you know, she's been fed this stuff for 120 days. I was like, well, okay, yeah. I mean, you're at a pretty low plane of nutrition collectively, right? Now you've not bloated her, so that's a positive, right? And she's not foundered, that's a positive. She's done fine, she's healthy, right? But this is a Charolais sired heifer, right? Out of a, you know, some kind of black baldy cow. And in a normal production system, this heifer would be slaughtered at least 1,200 pounds, right? And they were like, well, when we fed little Herefords in the 50s, I was like, well, yeah, that's a little Hereford in the 50s, right? Yeah, it would have been ready at 950 pounds. But today's market animal, that's not going to be the case. This heifer probably should have been merchandised at, you know, like I'm saying, 1,200 pounds-ish. She's a heifer, so it's probably going to be 100 pounds or so lighter than what her steer mates should have been merchandised at. And this, you know, and they went, I think she was slaughtered around 1,000, maybe 1,050. And so was the product as good as it would have been? No. But was it okay? Yeah, it was fine. It was fine, right? Was it, it was fine. So that's kind of my little story about that. And my in-laws have done Howard's done a little bit better job than my dad and uncle have. They've done a better job. So anyway, that's Chad's opinion. But okay, if we want to plan a processing facility, get your big boy or big girl britches on, because it's going to cost some money, right? And it is it's a big time commitment. I would can you do it? Absolutely, right? We had some folks visit here yesterday. I think they're very possibly going to construct the facility to slaughter, I don't know, 15, 20 a week. I don't know that for sure. Can it happen? Absolutely. And we want to help you. The best place that I could tell you to go, if this is what you're wanting to do, if you go to this website right here, nichemeatprocessing.org. It was initially started by Oregon State University, kind of a group within their rural sociology group. They got some USDA funding, and it's really good. I mean, they do an outstanding job exactly for folks that are wanting to do this. And I'm on as a helper guy within our state, and I'll help you any way I can. They've got several feasibility studies for pretty well all species, and it kind of gives you some idea there. So this is this is about 18 months old, so I don't know. This is probably more like $600 a square foot, right? I probably should update these numbers, but it's probably half again higher than what that is. But Rob Maddock, who is on here as kind of the consultant with this, Rob Maddock, Travis Maddock. Rob has my job at North Dakota State University. He just has left, and he has taken a job with our professional organization, the American Meat Science Association. And this is kind of what he's going to do. He's going to help you and be kind of boots on the ground scientist. He is going to be paid by our professional organization, a professional salary, and is going to facilitate this for folks who want to do this. And he's going to help connect the dots. So if I can get you over Rob Maddock, what I can, I am not an engineer, and Rob's not either, but he's played in this space a lot more than I have. We'll help you any way we can, right? So just kind of spitballing this, right? And like, again, we can probably put half again as much on this as compared to when I made this slide 18 months ago, right? 20 head per week local processing facility. You're probably talking about $3.5 million today. You are. That's probably the situation. And that's if you own the land. So I don't know. You can, it can get pretty expensive pretty quick. So, and again, the other thing that I tell you for an operation talking about this 100 head a day, it's probably clicking on closer to $20 million, honestly, by the time that you would have the cooler space to facilitate this and to make it happen. And then how much are those cattle worth, right? To buy, if we're those cattle, those 100 head, so those are worth $2,000 a piece, right? So to operate that first week, what do we have? That's 100 head at $2,000. So what is that? That's $200,000 of cattle that we're going to have each day. So that's $1 million worth of cattle in the first week, right? So this is it gets legs quick, right? It gets expensive. So can it be done? Yes. Is there some challenge to particularly, honestly, this, in my estimation, this 200 headed hay facility, that's where it's the toughest. That's just Chad talking. I don't want to discourage you, but I think that is the toughest space to make the math work. It really is. At that point, you're not going to be big enough to have your own rendering. But you certainly got quite a bit of cost. So anyway, so if you're not going to build your own plant, you got to figure out who's going to be doing this for you. And just like Nick talked about, you got to have a good relationship with them, and you got to prepare to be married to your brand, and you got to figure out a price and a cost or to make it work, right? You got to, if that's going to happen, that's what you got to do. And again, there you go. I work at the university. I'm not the world's largest risk taker. I probably should have updated this slide because that's obviously not right. But like Nick was talking about, there's folks that are going to be taking, they're going to be taking appointments fall of 23 already to kind of make this work. So, all right, this comes out every day. Okay, I will open this maybe. Is it going to click? Oh, I'd probably upset the Apple Card if I did that. So we're just going to just take my word for it. Okay. I looked yesterday. I did update this. Okay. So yesterday, on the open market with the 5-state average, a market steer on a live weight basis is worth $145 per hundredweight. Okay, a heifer was about $3 cheaper, but yesterday, 27th of June, that steer in the 5-state average was worth $145 per hundredweight. So essentially, this is an opportunity cost for this animal. All right, so trying to figure out your pricing and kind of where you're going to be on this. Okay, so a 1,300-pound market steer that is market ready today, it's got the opportunity to grade choice, is worth $145 for hundredweight. If you go through that math, that's almost $1,900. Okay, the average market steer that we generate in this country weighs a little over 1,400 today. Okay, but let's just right here, we got a 1,300 pounder. That's what we're at. Okay, now, depending upon what we're going to do, rather the animal is, in this instance, we're going to essentially be saying that we're going to be selling it piece by piece. Processor charges are going to vary by location, by individual processor, etc. But this is about where we're at here at the meat lab for the little bit of cut. We do not do anything under federal inspection that is going to go out the door. Anything that we do under federal inspection, it comes through the retail market at the meat lab. But for this is about where we're at with custom. Okay, so we have a slaughter fee of $100 and about 65-70 cents a pound for hot carcass weight. Okay, so we got an opportunity cost here of $1,885, so essentially $1,900 is what the dude would be worth on the open market. 1,300-pound steer at a 63% dress for a fed market steer. We're talking about an 820-pound carcass. Okay, all right. So that 820-pound carcass times 65 cents a pound plus the $100 slaughter fee, we've got about over $600 in its processing at that point. Okay. There's some folks that are going to charge a lot more. I was hearing about with exclusively vacuum seal packaging and maybe making more cuts. I was hearing some stuff of twice that high pretty recently, right? Depending upon what you're going to do, and they'd be making patties and etc. So there's a lot of variation with that, right? But this is kind of considering a lot of cut and wrap scenarios. Got $1,900 opportunity cost for the steer, $600 some odd dollars for processing. Okay, we got including opportunity cost and what we have in processing, somewhere around $2,500. Okay, now again, this is going to vary, right? Depending upon, do we have a Holstein steer? Do we have what the steer weighs, what his genetics is, how fat he is, what kind of cuts that we generate? Every situation is situational, right? But just kind of having a spitball estimate here, saying that we're going to use whole or boneless steaks and roast, boneless wholesale cuts, somewhere around a 55% cutting yield, and then an additional 15% lean trim, which would go in. So collectively making a 70% cutting yield from this 800 some odd pound carcass. We're going to, from that, again, this is fuzzy math, somewhere around 570 some odd pounds of meat that we would ultimately have to take home from that 1,300 pounder. If he's too fat, it'll be less, right? If you make more bone-in cuts, it would be more. If you have fattier hamburger, it would be more. If you have leaner hamburger, it would be less, okay? So if that's the case, and if I did this math right yesterday, and I'll double check this just to confirm, but I think I did. So if we have an opportunity cost here of 25.18 and we have 573 pounds of meat, yeah, we're right here at about 440 a pound. That would be your break even for that critter. Okay. So for everything, top to bottom, average. Okay. So the average of the products that you generate, that's what it would be. Okay. Then if you put in some overhead, which you darn sure need, and it probably needs to be 30%, right? If that's the case, on average, the products that you generate would be at somewhere around 530 a pound. Okay. So if you price that out, right? I mean, that's with, you know, at not adding any value to anything else from the slaughter floor. So do you probably need to be north of that in terms of what on average you're going to be merchandising at? Yeah. And so that'd be saying on average, regardless, about 530 a pound. So a few other things to think about. A quarter of a 1,300 pound steer, we're talking about somewhere around 150 pounds of meat. So a lot of your customers might not recognize how much you're talking about there. And a big fed steer, you know, 1,400 pounder, you're talking about some darn sure that's a lot of meat, right? And it's going to take a big 19 cubic foot chest freezer to put that much product in. Depending upon, you're going to have several chest feet freezers if you're re-merchandising that. I don't know if this is probably jumping a little fast here, talking about trying to develop a regional fed beef system. We have had some folks here in our state who are doing this. I think probably the model for that would be what has been done in California over the past 60 years with Harris Ranch, and FCR is done a good job at kind of emulating that. They've done a really good job of feeding cattle, and they make some high quality products. Like a lot of folks, they've had challenge getting rid of the hamburger meat. So one other thing kind of coming back to this freezing business, okay? I hear a lot of folks talk about I think a lot of folks that are merchandising freezer beef, they really get concerned about how long the meat is going to age. There's a lot of folks that say, oh, we want to age this meat for 21 days. Okay. Well, the science associated with that relative to maximizing the palatability of post-mortem aged beef, it says that, you know, 12 days is, there's really a law of diminishing return after that. And most of it, honestly, is done by 9 or 10 days, okay? So that's one thing to consider. The other part of people that I hear a lot of complaints is that, well, my stuff is frozen here and it just purges out. Well, if we take, and we're going to put 200 pounds of meat in a conventional freezer, or it's a walk-in freezer, but we're going to be running it, I don't know, -10 Fahrenheit at the coldest, right? And we've got 150 pounds block of meat here. You can come in 4 days later to the center of this 100-pound block of meat, and at the center, that's not going to be frozen, right? So visit with your processor about the steaks that you generate the best that they can. It would be way more important, in my opinion, to put emphasis, because let me back up. What's going to happen when that product is not fully frozen in this big block? You're going to have big time purge, right? And so people are going to say, well, I got bloody meat. It's not really blood, but it's going to be purge because this product, as it was presented, it didn't freeze fast enough. We want to freeze it as fast as we can, and then honestly, thaw it as slow as we can, okay? Because, yeah, that's the way we're going to maximize the palatability of beef in the freezer. So, and the keeping quality of it too. So I would suggest if somebody's interested in putting in a custom processor, or we won't have a lot of cooler space, don't get me wrong. But all the customers say, well, I want this product to be aged for 21 days. I think it's probably more important we do a good job of getting it frozen fast, maybe having it on some trays or kind of spread out here to get some airflow to freeze it. And then we box the stuff, right? Because when we put it in here in a 150-pound box at just a conventional -10 freezer, we are going to make some heavy duty purge, right? That's not blood. That's myoglobin and it's meat juice, right? It's the protein and the protein that transports oxygen in muscle. It'd be a first cousin to hemoglobin. Anyway, so that's kind of my spiel here. We'll help you any way we can and try to address any questions that you have. Correct. It's not blood. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, it would be, it's myoglobin in water. Meat is about 72% water. So that's not to say that there's zero blood in it, but the majority of what you're going to have, if you go to the grocery store and you see, pork chops that are sitting in a pool there, that yeah, that's not blood. That's mostly meat juice or purge. It's myoglobin and water. That's what it is. Now we certainly on the slaughter floor when we get him stuck, yeah, that's blood, right? But we stick him. We do that, right? So that's probably not blood. But a product that purges a lot and has, you got less to sell. It's going to have a negative association with consumer juiciness. And the big thing is if they look at it, right, and we've done a poor job freezing this product and it purges out a lot, as it's being froze, then it's not going to look very good.
Chad, is that all your slides?
I think, yes.
Okay, no, that's good. Can you talk just a little bit about pricing your product? And
yes.
Selling halves versus quarters versus a whole beef or cuts, and just kind of give them some tips on pricing that out. And what maybe some of the pros of selling cuts versus quarters or things like that. I know you touched on it a little bit, but that's typically probably one of the most common questions I get is either from someone who's selling beef that wants to know how to price it, or from someone who's trying to purchase some freezer beef and they want to know if the product they're buying is at a good price point.
Okay. Well, so we can do a little math. Yeah. So if this is where we are at here, so we get back here and we've got an 800-pound carcass. So in terms of what you would have in that product, your break even, again, back to this example that we had for a 1,300-pound steer that makes 570 some odd pounds of boneless meat. What you have in that product at that point for the retail cuts that you generate would be $4.50 a pound. That would be your break even. So, and that would be for all the products that you're going to generate from that steer. So if we think about what that steer is going to generate, right? About 60 some odd percent of that is going to be wholesale cuts and pieces. And then about 40% of that is going to be ground beef. So at this $4.40 a pound, if you think about where you're going to be, let's back up and ask some questions, I guess. So The, what is the average person who is merchandising custom beef? How are they doing it, right? Are a lot of folks saying it's going to be on, I don't know, something to the effect of $3 a pound hanging weight? Is that a ballpark figure? Or a lot of folks substantially higher than that? So let's just use that value. So or let's say $5 a pound. What? So at $5 a pound hanging weight, an 800-pound carcass would be worth $4,000 ultimately. And so that's in that instance there, relative to what we would have in our process, in that instance, we'd have about $2,500. So if that would be, everybody follow where I was coming at with that? So I'll show you that math. So if we sold, we have an 800-pound, we have a 1,300-pounder. That generates an 800-pound carcass. At $5 a pound carcass weight, hanging hot carcass weight. So 800 times 5 is going to be $4,000. Considering the specs that we had just a little bit ago, with an opportunity cost of the steer, essentially what we would think about for cutting yield, and what we would be charged. I go back a slide, maybe. So $100 processing fee, something like 65 cents a pound. We're somewhere at about $600-700 for processing, and then the opportunity cost of that calf. So we would be, in this instance, we would maybe making somewhere around $1,500 per ant, but that's obviously not accounting for any of our time or anything else. What percentage of live weight will be packaged on average? So that's, yeah, that's kind of, so if we go through here, all right, a 1,300-pound steer, its average dressing percentage relative to hot carcass weight is going to be somewhere around 60%. The national average for a fed market steer is about 63%. Okay. Then from that, we're going to, depending upon a whole menagerie of factors, we have an 800-pound carcass, some odd, that came from a 1,300-pound steer. Okay. With that being the case, we are going to have somewhere around 55% cutting yield for boneless steaks and roast, and about an additional 15-20% or so that'll make hamburger meat. So in that instance, we've got somewhere around 70%. That'd be for a slightly fattier hamburger. Okay. We got about 570 pounds of meat that would be coming from that 800-pound carcass. So if we put 570 over 1,300, you're going to be somewhere 45%-ish. You're not going to sit, now if you sell more bone-in cuts, you're going to be getting a little closer to 50. Okay. But If you have an animal that's lighter weight and leaner, then those percentages, it's going to be less. Callan, if you're selling freezer beef, and you have some confidence in what you're doing in terms of ultimately the products that you will generate, it probably makes the most sense to sell it on a carcass weight basis. That's probably the easiest, right? That would be my suggestion there.
So sell it by the hot carcass weight.
That would be Chad's suggestion, yes. Where you kind of take, if there is some variation in dressing percentage, you kind of take some of that out of it, right? Yeah, because there will darn sure be variation there. Now, if you are going to an end user, direct to consumer, you have to price that. You kind of have to figure out where you're going to be if you want to get this $4,000 essentially. If you want to, you know, if your goal is to clear $1,500 per steer, let's say, if that would be your goal to account for all the time and rigmarole that you got, you probably need to go back and so as compared to what we are, let's see, that is that's about a 60% markup. Okay. So for those component pieces that you're going to generate, kind of figure out your price list and kind of back calculate that as to what you should merchandise those products at retail. On average.
Because I bring that up because I think sometimes there's some confusion, and even for people who are new to selling freezer beef, when they're looking at what everybody else is selling it for, just really make sure you're clear, you know, if they're selling live weight versus, you know, hanging carcass versus price per pound, you really have to be clear on that because there's a huge difference in the product that you'll get for your money. And it's just a good point to really educate your consumers or your people that you're marketing to the differences, because I'll also get questions about, well, so-and-so sells theirs for $7 a pound, but I can buy it, you know, from Jim Bob for $5 a pound. So it's you know, they think they're getting a way better deal. What they don't realize is they're buying on the carcass weight versus maybe, you know, price per pound of ground beef. So it's a thing that people have to really be clear on.
Yes, that's right. Absolutely. That's right. And what else is that? There was something else I was going to say that my brain is in, went to something else. We got 2 new messages here. Craig, I mean, it's probably simpler for your customer if you just calculate that in and you just say, all right, whatever the carcass weighs, you're going to pay this per pound. That would be my suggestion, but we have people that do it different ways. Okay. But you need to be comfortable with your math as to what you're going to do and make that decision. We have some folks that bring some stuff here to the meat lab and they let the folks that are picking that up pay the processing cost. We do. And then there's others that they get the product and then they kind of distribute it to them, however, make a bundle, kind of like Nick was talking about or whatever. You just want to be, as Callan was saying, you just want to clearly communicate what they get, what they're paying for, and communicate that to them so that they know where they're at with it. Somebody asked a question about call cows that would be merchandised through a facility like an FPL or a Brown's Packing or a Lone Star Foods. Yes, those places are certainly going to pull. There's not a tenderloin ground, right? And the better cows that make at least a 550-pound carcass and have some conformation to the carcass, they certainly are going to be pulling the strips and some round muscles and the rib eyes and they would go to some, you know, like a steak buffet when you go to Vegas or something like that. Or some of those whole muscles would go to make Jack Link's jerky or something. They can merchandise that. They can get a greater value for that than they can for 90% lean trim. So yes, but that's a different market than what we have in making cuts that we're going to cut steaks out of. There was something else that it came to mind, and I flubbed my brain, and I can't remember what I was going to say. But
Going back just briefly to the having them pay for the processing, while it can get a little confusing when you're first starting out, sometimes that's a good way to kind of help reduce your overhead. So that you don't have so much money out. As in some cases you can get those producers or get the consumers or your customers to pay for that processing. You know, for your first couple cattle that you're slaughtering, especially if you're small and you're just doing a few, that's a way to try to kind of get started and not have quite as much of expense, because by the time that you get to slaughter, you're going to have spent a substantial amount of animal there. And so I know some people, especially ones that are just getting started, that do have those customers pay for their slaughter costs. That also gives your customer the opportunity, if they want things cut, maybe ground differently, you know, vacuum sealed versus paper wrapped, some of those different things, they can pay for that price. So there's kind of pros to cons to both of that, I think, Chad, but it is an option, especially when you're just getting started, to kind of help you with some of the cost.
yeah. Laura makes a comment here about freight. Absolutely. You're talking about whatever, $5 a loaded mile a day, right? So you could have, depending upon where you're going, right? You could have $200 in freight, lickety split here, right? So absolutely, yeah, that needs to be considered. I mean, you gotta, I'm not an accountant, but you gotta be, right? As a small business operator, that's what you have to be. You have to think about what your real costs are. And this right here, this is just opportunity cost, right? Maybe your real cost, you got to have some kind of opportunity cost there initially of what that weaned calf would be worth, right? You could do it like that and then build in, this is what it costs to feed him. This is our cost of game. This is our transportation cost. This is, you know, we've included in what our debt, we got to have some kind of starting value there. And then we're going to have whatever it is that we have in terms of our processing cost. And then like Callan was talking about, you can build that into your price per hot carcass weight, or you can let them pay the process. There's multiple ways to go about this, right? The other thing, and I remember what I was going to say, is that the majority of folks that we have that come in, I tell this facetiously. I said that my dad and uncle, they raised hogs growing up. We were in purebred Hampshire business, and we'd have a market hog sent to Shackle Island Meats, a little place there now that's in urban America in Hendersonville, Tennessee. And they'd call my mother and say, how do you want the pigs processed? She's like, all pork chops, right? And that just doesn't work like that, right? And so the number of folks that we'll have that'll come to the meat lab that are getting stuff further, but they don't know, and that's okay, right? We have a cut sheet that is pretty straightforward and say, okay, you can do, if we're in the sirloin, you can get boneless sirloin steaks. It's pretty well what you're going to get. When we're in the round, you can get bottom round roast, or it can go into grind. You can get top round roast, or it can go into grind. When we're here in the rib, you're probably going to get boneless 1-inch thick ribeye steaks, right? We have a very straightforward cut sheet because the average person that's facilitating this, Very few, honestly. I mean, I wouldn't even say the average person. Until you've done this quite a bit, and are pretty familiar with the retail cuts that come from various component pieces, it just is not going to occur to you how that's going to work. So, but however you decipher it to be done, that's how it should be done, right? So, and most custom processors today are still going to be making lots of bone-in chuck cuts, unless you have a processor that knows what they're doing in terms of making some boneless cuts out of cloth. So, and that's okay. Why wouldn't you include as much bone in product as possible? Not very many consume. I mean, I guess you can, right? You price it high, but there's today. I mean, how many bone-in chuck cuts do you buy at the grocery store? Right? Essentially none. So, very, very few. So I mean, it just depends on what your customer wants, I guess. How most clods are merchandised today, we're going to take that clod and it's going to be boned out, and we're going to take that heart clod and it's going to make triceps brachii or make boneless shoulder roast, right? That'd be one option. If you've ever heard of petite tender, it's a little deal. It's about the size of pork tenderloin. That's Terry's Major, petite tender. There's that. And the flat iron, those things come out of the chuck. That's a very high value cut. So I guess you can demand greater, if you have a customer that's willing to pay for it, you can demand greater value because you should, right? For boneless cuts that are going to generate more steaks, right? But if you price it accordingly and make your math work, if you price it the same, if you make bone-in cuts that are the same value, if you make bone-in cuts that are of the same value as boneless cuts, yeah, you're gonna get more for them. So if you can do that and you got a customer that's willing to pay for that, I'd say get after it, right? Average age of a so like this 1,300 pound market steer that we've got here in this scenario here, probably he is somewhere around 15 months of age, probably. So commercially, that's what he would be. That would be, hopefully is for sure less than 30 months of age. But the less an animal has been offered grain and grain byproducts, collectively, the older and slower growing the animal will tend to be, and ultimately they will generate a lighter weight carcass, which you'll have to price at a greater value to get something out of. But
Yeah, last question, or if anybody else has any questions, I mean, we can keep talking, because to me, this is when it gets good, and this is when I learn the most. Okay, so there's a huge trend in a lot of people that are finishing out cull cows, or not necessarily finishing them out, but they're selling cull cows as freezer beef. And for the most part, most of the people I know that are doing it are just doing selling what they're calling premium ground beef. So they're pretty much doing like a whole carcass grind. Can you just kind of touch on that a little bit about like the do's and don'ts, and maybe like give me your opinion of that, because I know that's a pretty big trend, at least in our area.
yeah, that can work. That absolutely can work in Chad's estimation. So depending upon, I'm not an economist, but if you can get a feed source that is cheap enough to do that, if you take a cull cow that in this part of the world, I don't know, in September, something like that, if you get her in August or September, after she's weaned a calf, And you take and you can get some pretty reasonably priced feedstuffs. Maybe you even implant that cull cow, right? Because she will respond to a pretty, she'll respond to an implant. She will. You implant that cow, you take and you offer her, a ration that's got it can be a largely byproduct ration, right? But you got to have some energy in this ration. It has to be. So we did some stuff one time with organic matters, right? We did this exactly. And you take that cow, she's probably at a body condition score 4.5, 5, something like that. You take and you feed that cow for probably 60 days. I'm going to say most data would say that 60 days is kind of the sweet spot with that, depending upon what you got. You probably added 50 or 60 pounds of carcass. What type of implant? I would probably go with something reasonably aggressive, right? That would be my thought, because it's all going to be ground anyhow. If you had the opportunity to come with a Rebel RS or a Cenevex, and that implant, we got an implant that would be an androgen or an estrogen-based product. Most of these more aggressive implants would have a little more androgen or testosterone-based analogs. That's going to go into the middle third of their ear, and you could implant this cow. And it's what that is. That costs you about $1, maybe $1.50. And if we can do that, and with some reasonably priced byproduct rations that we're going to offer this cow, this dried off cow, it's somewhere around 2% of her body weight, something like that. If you can add 50 pounds of carcass, you've done something, right? Because that cull cow carcass is pretty darn valuable today, right? So I mean, she's not worth what the steer is. We're merchandising. We got a big ground beef market in this country, and so if you want to sell ground beef, and honestly, Calvin, I think if you get them to have 0.3 of an inch of fat.
Yeah, that was one of my big questions. So, I mean, I grew up, my family always kept our fattest open cow every fall, and there were years we fed her and there were years she went straight to kill. And so that was kind of one of my biggest questions is, how long should you feed her? Or, the price of feed is no joke right now. So kind of feed can we put into that cull cow? Say you have a fat open cow.
If you have a fat open cow, you can roll with her, because if she's fat, then you're probably not. But if you have cows that are cold because they've gotten too thin, they're thin and open, they've milked too much, they've done their job too good, whatever. If that's the case, she will take to that implant and a higher plane of nutrition. And so somebody's talking about here, why would you do this? If we can take in a 60, 90-day period of time, if we can increase carcass weight by 50 pounds, and with that limited amount of input, we're gonna have quite a bit more to sell, right? I mean, so that would be, and you need to do the price analysis, but generally I would say that that's a winning proposition if you can get byproduct feeds to make the math work, right? You're not going to be able to do this with with hay, probably, right? You're going to have some supplement to do that. So.
What about kind of changing? So I know, like in cattle, their diets change. The diet changes almost the taste of the beef, right? We all know that. That's why there's all these different niche markets. What about when you're just doing like the ground beef? Are you really going to change the eating experience that much if you put those cows on feed?
A little bit. Yeah, it's certainly not going to hurt it, right? It's certainly not going to hurt it. And, to your point, like when we have, if you buy 93% ground beef commercially, what is that product? It's going to be like heels from a fed steer, right? I mean, it's going to be the really, really lean parts of that fed steer, or it could be cull cow trim, right? That's what it's going to be. because the components that she generates is going to be over 90% lean, right? And when you get into 80-20% ground beef that's commercially blended, that's going to be some of those leaner parts, but then we're going to put in like some, you know, some 90% lean, or 50% lean fat that will be blended in to make 80% lean ground beef. So that to most consumers will prefer the taste of that 80% lean ground beef, because not only it's got more fat in it, but it's also probably got some fed steer fat mixed in there, right? Whereas that now everybody will prefer to look at that really lean ground beef patty. If you want to go to who's going to buy it at the grocery store, they'll buy the really lean stuff. But when you eat it, people will prefer the stuff that's 80% lean, 20% fat.
So if she's fat and you just want to feed her just a little bit to change kind of the taste of the hamburger, about how many days would you have to put that cow on feed to?
The old steer data, if you go back to what was done 30 years ago with when Susan Duckett was in graduate school, and she'd have been Dolezal's first graduate student there at OSU, it's right at 90 days. Now that's with a steer that's coming from net, essentially no fat at all. If we have a cull cow that has 0.2 inches of fat, let's say that which is a little bit of fat for a cull cow, right? That's probably a body condition score 6. And you feed her. I honestly don't know how much of that's been done, really, because most of the realimentation of cull cows has been done with cows that are pretty darn thin, right? Those that have less than 1/10 of an inch of fat. And then when you get them to have 0.2 or 0.25, a lot of that increase in weight that you're getting, you're increasing, you know, there's some increased energy. Obviously, you got more liver glycogen storage, you got more muscle, and there is going to be a little bit of seam fat. But if you have a cull cow that has 0.2 of an inch of fat when you cull her, it's certainly the fat that she has. If she is that fat just with no supplementation at all, it could taste a little gnarly, right? It could taste a little grassy. So I don't know I don't have a definitive answer for that, but I would probably suggest to feed them at least 60 days.
Okay, awesome. That's super helpful. The thought of implanting those thin cows, to me, I mean, that makes a ton of sense. So I really appreciate that. One thing that we haven't touched on yet, we've got one more question for you, Chad. This is just kind of a random thought I had, and I know Nicholas probably isn't going to speak on it, and I don't have it in mind other than just a little bit of some of the management of them, is make sure you're keeping up with your withdrawal periods on all
Absolutely.
your given. So, you know, you might have some thin cull cows and you're going to get them in and want to deworm them or use a fly product or something along those lines. So that's just something to keep in the back of your mind, is you got to keep up with those withdrawal times on anything that you're going to put into those animals to make sure, you know, when you can take them to slaughter.
Absolutely. Yeah. There's a question here. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Callan.
No.
Somebody said, can you push a steer too hard in feeding? That I'm sure that Callan and Dr. DiLorenzo will hit on that, but yes, you can. That absolutely. So I am not a nutritionist, that is for sure, but you need to stage that. And people talk about reading the bunk, right? And what that entails. And so Dr. DiLorenzo or Ms. Waters, they can make reference to that. But yeah, if we take a recently weaned calf and we're offering this dude, you know, 3% of his body weight and sweet feed within a week's time of the time that he is weaned, the chances that we're going to have a wreck are pretty high, right?
Yeah, you might as well just plan on it.
Yeah. So Ms. Bullock had a question here. Is the cost calculation used for the 1,300 pound steer taking into consideration grain finished beef? Would the cost be higher? where that value came from, that $1,900, that is, I'll show you exactly where that came from. It would be what they are worth today on the open market. So can I share this? Oh, Chad, stop share. Can you see new share here? Share. So this is put out every day. Okay. If you all can see this AMS page, this is not my production cost, right? If I am doing, this is just an opportunity cost. You got to have some value. Now, if you certainly, what would be best would be to know what your production cost is, obviously. I just kind of spitballed this, right? But so this is for yesterday's value. So this right here where it says 5 area weekly accumulated weighted average cattle price. So that is right there. That's where we were at that $1.45. If you can see what I'm highlighting there, 144.55, right? Why is that heifer a little farther back than that? Because she's going to tend to be a little bit lighter weight and she'll tend to have a little bit more seam fat. Other things, so what this is when you're talking about cutout value, okay, this would be a back calculated value of the component pieces which are generated from a 600 to 900 pound choice carcass, okay? So that is not what you would get if you merchandise that animal on a carcass weight basis. When somebody says a grade and sell them on the grid, right? That's not what this would be. This would be a back calculated value of all of the components which would be generated relative to carcass weight for a 600 to 900 pound carcass. So if you got a 900 pound carcass at essentially 270, what do we have there? Or let's use our 1,300 pound estimate, what we were talking about earlier. So an 820 pound carcass, okay, times 2.7, the component pieces that dude generates just at a commodity level in the real world is worth somewhere around $2,200. Okay, that's 270 times 8.2, right? We got 8.2 hundredweights. What would, if you sold that steer on a carcass weight basis, okay? If you said, I'm going to sell him in the high plains of Texas or Kansas or wherever on a straight hot carcass weight basis, okay? Getting back to what we were talking about earlier. So we had 8.2 hundredweights, right? And that's this value here at this 335 times, or 235, sorry, times 2.35. Oh, mercy. 235.2 times 8.2 hundredweights. And that's 1,900 some odd dollars. Okay. So if you sold into Cargill on a carcass weight basis, not a grade and yield basis, but on a carcass weight basis, he'd be worth about whatever, 1930. Okay. But if he grades choice, the component pieces that he generates from that processor, and this is certainly not accounting for their production cost or anything else, but if we use this 2.68 that we got up here, or 2.6 now, let's just call it 2.7. 2.7 times 820, it's worth $2,200. So is that saying that every steer that they're merchandising today that they're making $250 on? No, it's not. Okay, but they're not losing money on those today. They're not. How we doing?
Hey, good. We got a question on Facebook. So other than mentioning the primal cuts plus typical cuts, let's see, are in this animal for burger being lean at least 90%. What other ways to explain to the generic public? As producers, we know it's higher in product. I'm gonna copy it in there. Sorry, I can't hardly see it. My screen's real little.
Okay.
Oh, hold on. I forgot to- All right.
Other than mentioning that the primal cuts plus typical cuts are in this burger. Other than mentioning primal cuts. Okay. Are you talking about selling like a bundle? Is that what you're talking about? Is that, I don't know who we've got in the Facebook's world. Other than mentioning that the primal cuts plus typical cuts are in this animal for burger.
Oh, okay. So she added to her question on Facebook, like what's a better way to help market or to tell the, the average Joe Blow that this isn't just your typical hamburger, that, ways to explain the way the value is added, I guess. So I can answer that. I know some of my people sell it as premium ground beef, not hamburger. Verbiage wise, I think that that's probably kind of what they're going for.
Yes, yeah. If you can, what I would tell you, if you can get a price for it, if you can merchandise, because that's going to be your biggest challenge, in my estimation. If you're going to try to sell stuff piece by piece, is merchandising ground beef, right? And if you can come out and you can consistently merchandise ground beef to some restaurants, for instance, let's say, that are going to be, how many places? I live in Gainesville, Florida. I bet there are 20 places in Gainesville that you can buy a hamburger at that's over $12, right? So that is the one thing, and that shows my naivety, right? It really does. And if you want to talk about ivory tower or university stuff, that's fine, right? Because it surprises me, it really does, that with as many places that are merchandising those product, a hamburger at that kind of premium, and it looks like demand for it is strong, that that there would be a little more that folks could kind of get in and merchandise, a pretty quality ground beef patty at a pretty good price point to kind of facilitate that. But I know that's a challenge. I know that's the challenge. So yeah, that would be my challenge for you all. If I think probably that's kind of what I was alluding to earlier. I think the ability to sell ground beef to somebody into their freezer, it's probably pretty finite, right? My freezer's only so big. But if there is a mechanism that you could get into, yeah, if there's a mechanism that you can get into to merchandise ground beef at, pretty good premium, and they're telling your story, I'd say get after it. So some cut cheeks are basic, and they generate a lot of ground. That's right. So flat is a bottom round flat. I guess is what we're talking about there. Hanger steak, you're going to have two. I don't really know what a bistro filet is in a flank. So you should be able to merchandise a flank. Some of those things like a hanger, and a flank, you're gonna get 2 per steer, right? So, I hope honestly that your processor is not grinding those. The deal with the hanger, like I said, we get 2 little hanger pieces. That's the pillar of the diaphragm. Bistro is from the arm. I don't know. I think that might be a Denver steak is kind of what NCBA merchandises that at, but I'm not sure. But yeah, I mean, you gotta have somebody that knows how to cut it, right? I mean, that's the thing. But if you got a processor that can do that, yeah, certainly. If you can merchandise a product, that's the, over the past 25 years within the U.S. beef industry, we went from pretty well grinding all the clods. That's the main component of this chuck. It made pretty well we're grinding all of them. And my colleague and buddy Blaine Johnson and Dr. Blaine Johnson and Chris Calkins, they took that clod and they parsed it out into individual muscles. So that's where the triceps brachii or ranch cut, it's not Denver steak, sorry, ranch cut has come from. It eats just like a top butt. That's where the petite tender, which is the teres major, it sits right there on top of the clod. That's where that comes from. That's where the infraspinatus, when you split that makes the flat iron. That's where those come from. And that over time, that's added like $80, maybe as much as $100 per head to the cattle that we merchandise in this country. So, but you have to have someone that's going to be able to fabricate that, right? And so there's some videos that we can help you with. If you got somebody that you want to teach them how to do that or help them, right? And we can help you with that, but they have to be willing to do that, right? What else we got?
All right, for sake of time, Chad, I think that we are gonna transition over. Nicholas is on, so if you can stop sharing your screen and then we'll let him share his screen. Let me find you, Nicholas. We're gonna switch up the order just a little bit. Dr. DiLorenzo is at a conference. I think he's learning how to do origami and some kind of new cooking techniques. Is that right, Nicholas?
That's absolutely right.
Yes,
I'm learning nothing. That's why I'm with a lot of your colleagues, Callan and Dr. Carr.
All right, I made you a co-host, Nicholas. You can share it. So we'll talk about selection and management last. We're going to transition and talk about nutrition, which is, next to what Chad talked about. I mean, all of this stuff is super important, but really dialing in a nutritional plan that's going to work for you is going to make or break your business adventure here. So Nicholas, we'll turn it over to you, and I'm sure we're fixing to
Good. Yeah. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we are. We got you. I don't
Good. Good. Thank you. Yes, I got to listen a little bit to Dr. Carr's remarks probably for the last half hour. So very interesting and very timely. I think there is a lot of interest definitely in freezer beef more and more. I mean, I think, Callan, you did this 2 years ago for the first time, according to my records. And since then, I think the interest really took off. And this complement very well some other things going on, not only in the state, but in other parts of the country related to the sourcing of local supplies of beef or other meats, and as well as everything, vegetables, etc. So it creates a nice opportunity. As Callan say, I apologize to my setup. I'm in a hotel room, and but I think the connection is good enough, so we shouldn't have any problem. If I do get disconnected, I'll connect right away. So just a couple of things that I want to highlight from a nutritional standpoint. I got to listen to most of the conversation on quality, and very good. I would definitely want to leave time for questions because it seems like that's the best part of this. So I'll just start with some of the things that often we get asked, or I get asked whenever I'm dealing with freezer beef. What is different? What's similar and what's different between freezer beef and regular beef? Basically a finishing operation, and finishing operation, actually, you have to be aware that it could be in many different forms. You can have something like what you see here with a feed truck delivering feed to perhaps a common pen in the Midwest, something more like in the bottom right, which it could be anywhere in Texas with a lot more capital investment in that operation, or you can have something as low tech as what you see on the left with the guy, which is the bucket. And we will address the quote unquote bucket feeding, because I think it's, for what we're talking about today, a lot of you may relate to the situation of feeding a certain amount of grain, supplement, protein daily with low input, but in a way that really works. The biggest difference is how we deliver those nutrients. That really is I would say, probably the only big concern about that. How animals grow, how they grow, how are they gonna perform. It's all pretty much the same. We might have a few things related to bug management that Dr. Carr just briefly mentioned, and the need to account for that. But other than that, it's very similar. And these are all pictures of NFREC, actually, there's three that basically point out some of the systems that we have to deliver nutrients to cattle here in the North Florida Research and Education Center where I work. And some as that go, again, as low tech, as students, just bucket feeding for studies. We do a lot of grazing, and I will come back to that because I know that is always a big interest, and I will make a few comments about basically the relation between freezer beef and grazing, to what extent we can take advantage of that, and when does it work, and what are the challenges more than anything. And to whatever extent we can take advantage of low input, this is nothing fancy. There's actually an old hog feeder that we converted it to be able to deliver to our green feeder, cell feeder, gravity flow type. And that worked really well. We actually have been finishing cattle with these systems now for a little bit. And it's something that cuts a lot on labor. And it has really been a very interesting, nothing that probably many of you may not be aware, but it works. We just have to, there's a few tricks that I want to make you aware of to make that work, but definitely works. So one of the things that this highlight is the need for them to be flexible. I was just gonna say can, but actually they need to be. You know, they can be flexible for sure, but they really need to be flexible. And it could be combinations of grazing, supplementation, or free choice with all the challenges that might have, I just say. But here's one of the most important concepts that we might have to keep in mind when finishing cattle, and even if whether we're doing freezer beef or we're just backgrounding, the concept is fairly similar. So if we look in this axis here, that is the weight of that animal, the cumulative weight in pounds or kilograms or whatever unit of measurement. And we go from weaning to maturity. And you can see right there, before maybe we start getting into the curve, I'll define what maturity is. It's when the rate of muscle growth begins to flatten out, stabilize. So when muscle growth starts just bending that curve and it's pretty much flat, that's when we typically say that animal has matured. And the growth rate of the different tissues differ with age, and that's going to be very, very important when we're talking about cattle finishing. Or again, a lot of these concepts apply both for backgrounding and finishing, but the timing at which each type of nutrients delivered might be different. So because of the different curves of growth for the different tissues, and I'll go through this in detail, there are ways that we can modify that. And one of the most common ways that we modify those is with breed. Implant, which was discussed, I connected right when there was some discussion about the implants. So basically implant will shift some of this curve, particularly muscle development, to a higher plane, to which we're going to have to make sure we deliver the nutrients that are going to be needed. So there is expected there might be an increase in intake with that, but that would be one way to alter to some extent this curve, but we're not going to be able to change it much. Breed, definitely it's one that we all often see that affects this curve. And let's just go through one of them or through as an example. So cattle are weaned. At that point, you can see that most of them, they pretty much all the tissues grow at a similar rate during the developmental phase. The skin quits growing right before weaning, and bone, the animal keep growing bones and frame, what we call it, all the way almost to maturity, and actually a little bit before, between puberty and maturity. But the more important aspect of this curve will be the proportion of fat and muscle in those animals. So if you can see at weaning, and you picture, I don't know, 5-6 weight calf, depending on your system, those animals, they're still growing. They need to grow quite a bit. But one of the things we are interested in, this will be what we call the backgrounding period, basically, going all the way from wean to until even we reach maturity, and depending on what your endpoint of backgrounding is. One of the consequences of this curve is that at some point, when the muscle synthesis, the amount of muscle that the animal is going to deposit, start flattening it out, every extra nutrient that we put towards that calf or that heifer, it's going to go towards fat. And that's important because of all the discussion I also got to hear from Dr. Carr about grades. I think Callan is going to talk about quality and yield grade, which is going to be very, very interesting, very important for this conversation, because some of these are determinants of those grades. So the point really out of this slide is keep in mind that in order for us to finish animal, whether it's for freezer beef or this concept applies to a regular feedlot, we're going to have to first be able to develop enough frame or muscle on that animal that to begin depositing fat. Because if we alter this curve, if we provide nutrients in excess too early in life, so in other words, this curve needs to be matched with nutrient requirements. If we start providing grain too early, perhaps even before puberty, we may see some shift in some of this curve, and we can see perhaps an increasing amount of fat in that animal. And that is something we definitely do not want. So the point of this curve is that if we can respect, in fact, I think my next slide, yeah, that's a little better job at showing how the composition shifts from an animal as the animal grows. So here you have the percentage on this side of the curve, percentage of each one of the tissues. Keep in mind, that doesn't mean the muscle goes down or the muscle mass diminishes. It's as a proportion of the total weight of the animal. What we can see is as we approach to harvesting weights, what you will typically see is that bone will make up a smaller fraction of the total. Fat typically starts increasing, and you can see that. So this curve is a result of the combination with the previous one. So there's going to be an increase in the proportion of fat in that animal, and muscle is going to be decreased. But it's very important that before we do that transition, and you will hear me talk a lot during this talk about a transition point where that animal quits growing muscle and it starts depositing a lot of fat. And that critical transitioning point is one that I want to address during this presentation, because I think is what makes the difference. It is really the point in which we need to start paying attention to our finishing diet. And until that point, we have a lot of flexibility. That would be what we normally call backgrounding systems. We have a lot of flexibility that we have to deposit that muscle with a great variety of nutrients. It could be or feedstuff rather, all the way from grazing, silages, byproducts. All of that works during the backgrounding phase, and I'll touch on that. But during the finishing phase, we're definitely going to be a lot pickier with our nutrient, particularly the energy density of that, because we don't want that animal to be growing forever. We really need to try to concentrate on fast deposition of fat at that point, and particularly if we're looking for quality freezer beef, we would ideally want that fat to be intramuscular, the fat that will give us marbling. And there's a lot of implications about that have to do with the marketed animal that goes towards a USDA grade. In our case, in freezer beef, even though we may or may not go through that, typically we will not, is still marbling going to be an important component of quality. And the whole goal of this webinar and probably of the boot camp is to produce quality freezer beef. I think we all would agree that even if we have to eat it within the family or share it with friends, we still do not want to produce an inferior product, because I'm sure we all, especially being in this business, we all enjoy the quality of beef. So I think there is no excuse not to do a good job with finishing. Just because it's freezer beef, it doesn't mean that it has to be of inferior quality. So and just to put in perspective what at USDA disproportions of fat and muscle, just keep in mind that a choice steer will have 28% fat in the entire carcass, whereas a standard will have 21% fat. So we're not talking about huge differences, but those differences are definitely picked up by the graders at the packing plant and result in a big difference with price of that carcass at the end. Again, for freezer beef, that may not the main concern, but there is certainly an implication on the type of animal, the type of carcass we're going to be producing. So here, roughly, it will put the Select somewhere here, and perhaps the USDA Prime, where we have the highest degree of marbling, somewhere over here. There's a lot of other factors in between, so it's not just that is not really pushing this curve towards Prime. There's a lot of issues that go with that, and I'll try to highlight that. The USDA, that's going to be probably the topic of Calvin's talk, so I might skip on this, but basically you will cover the difference between the USDA quality grades that you'll have. Prime, Choice, and Select here, I'm just oversimplifying. Dr. Carr probably will correct that. This slide might be old, especially based on some presentations that I attended yesterday from Dr. Ty Lawrence for West Texas A&M. Looks like we're producing a lot more prime beef than we were in years past. Definitely a lot more choice beef. So some things are changing, and we're making the industry better, but we're still far from reaching some of our goals. So I would say the majority still the cattle may not be choice and actually, even though it may be choice and prime, definitely not prime. So they still have a lot of select product, and we have to deal with that. And I think part of the conversation that I caught earlier on grinding and hamburger, it's quite relevant for select and even inferior categories. So just again, I don't want to steal Calvin thunder on that, but just put some context around the importance of nutrition and the relationship that I might have with quality. So if we look at the amount of marbling and the consumers do prefer a well-marbled product, there's some debatable, but there's some correlation between that and eating experience. Definitely debatable about tenderness, but it is that people will recognize that marbling is a good thing, basically. And if you look at the different degrees of marbling, and you can see in the slide and the percentages that you might expect, this is where Certified Angus Beef, one of the perhaps most famous branded beef programs, operates in the upper 2/3 choice and then prime. So I know we're talking about freezer beef, but if in the context of briefer beef, you decide to also maybe finish a lot of steers or heifers and you want to send it for the program, keep in mind that really to qualify for some of this, and this is just CAB, Certified Angus Beef, but many other programs really try to take animals that are only in this area of the curve in terms of marbling. So marbling is going to be very important. It continues to be important, and what we can do to favor that from a nutrition standpoint, it's really what I will probably try to concentrate in the second half of this presentation. And just to finish with something, a concept related to again marbling and something that we call the choice select spread. Basically, that is, if you're not familiar with this, is the difference between a choice and a select beef, basically cut out and the box beef. And you can see this is historically, as anecdotally, when I was in grad school, we always talk about a $10 per hundredweight choice select spread. Now you can see there's quite a fluctuation throughout the year, and you can see this is quite updated up to at least March of 2022. What this tells you basically is when that choice select spread is very narrow, like where we are right now, or we may be right now. What that means is that the consumer, the demand for beef is so great that the consumer does not care if it's well marbled or not. I mean, to some extent they do, but this is one of the market signals that we get. So if nothing else, whenever you see that or you see it in another presentation, this what we call choice select spread, or difference between a choice and a select carcass, it gives you an idea of whether the market is really paying more for premium or they just need beef. And there's time with that choice select spread, particularly last year, rebounding after COVID, we got some amazing peaks of a choice select spread where people really were looking for high quality beef. And you can also see the seasonality on this, which follows the seasonality of beef consumption in the US. But overall, you can pretty much interpret this right now being at $5 per hundredweight, that we really are in need for beef. And that is really good. And again, speaks very well to this program, or the need to have programs like this one that address freezer beef, because there's certainly a great demand for that. And this, of course, does not even include any of potential incentives for locally raised or locally produced beef. So, okay, now that I'm done with all the marketing and how this freezer beef fits into the bigger picture, I want to take a few minutes to talk about backgrounding. As I said earlier, backgrounding is very important. I know every time we talk about freezer beef, we want to start, or finishing, we tend to start from the animal that started eating grain and we're ready to finish. But we tend to forget a lot about this very important phase of the program, of the whole feeding program, which is the backgrounding. Backgrounding is going to put that frame, is going to increase the size of that animal so that animal is ready to start depositing fat in a way that will enhance carcass quality. If we do not do a proper backgrounding, in the sense that rates of growth are slow, we may fall into one of the common mistakes that I see on finishing cattle, particularly when it's finishing at home or for a producer that might use their own resources, is putting an animal on a high grain diet or a high energy diet to try to finish that animal when it's not properly backgrounded. What's going to do is typically increase the fattening of that animal, but that particularly the external fat, the fat that it may go to trimming, or they may not necessarily be related to a good eating experience. Many years ago, we used to think that marbling was just a function of putting animals on grain for the last 80 to 100 days, and that would solve all the problems that we have, even if we have very poor backgrounding developing of those animals. Now we know that that's not the case. Now we learn a lot about the importance of proper backgrounding, and that importance of proper backgrounding, as I just put a few notes here to take home or take away from this talk, take home messages, is if we have a proper backgrounding, and it's hard to define proper, right? Because it is a combination of weight, and maybe weight for some animals, and maybe the amount of fat in the overall animal, which is very hard to determine. In many cases, it's just a function of visual appraisal. But ideal gains in the backgrounding, if we have, I hate to do recipes, but I will give you a few recipes because I know it's much needed, especially when we're dealing with programs that like this that may not be standardized. There'll be many different situations that will fit into a freezer beef program. So gains during the backgrounding period really need to be maybe the least I ever seen with a successful program is about a pound per day. Keeping in mind that if we do a pound per day, we're going to need a lot of time to catch up. Maybe the following stages of that background, that animal is going to need to grow faster. Ideal ranges for gain are between 1.5 pounds to 2.5. Any more than 2.5, which it's not uncommon to see, and it's probably easier to manage when we're in that upper end, we may run into the risk of, like I said earlier, depositing fat maybe too early on the stage of that animal. As far as the ideal gains, the ideal gain is the cheapest possible, the cheapest one possible. Backgrounding programs are characterized by having one of the least feed costs of gain, and that's really the key for the backgrounding. So whether you have animals grazing residue like corn stalk, like it could be the case here on the left, they may be grazing, this appears to be corn, and the animals may be grazing corn. We often see cattle grazing Sudan or any other summer annuals, which also works. All of that really works. Byproducts, a lot of what I would concentrate today is in the use of byproducts. But somehow, and this is more like, I guess, personal experience with a little bit of science behind that in terms of growth curves. But what I seem to see when many of the programs that we have in the state and even throughout the US is there is a switch about 800 pounds that appears to happen with those animals, and it may change slightly around that number depending on breed. That switch is where I can almost tell that animal starts growing at a different pace, and it just starts depositing fat. And we have tested that many times with different feeds and different rates of gain, and it's amazing. I don't know what it is, but when that animal appears to reach around 750, sometimes 800 pounds, that animal already looks different. And then even on the same day, you can almost tell that animal start depositing fat right away. The rates of gain are going to change, and that is about the time when we need to do something about the diet. So without hopefully without giving you too much of a recipe, but just keep an eye on that weight of an animal transitioning from a backgrounding to a finishing, because that's the most common question I get is, when do I have to really push him? One thing we'll learn is if we start pushing them earlier, it also works. It can be more expensive. But if you even wait until, I would say, even 900 pounds sometimes, which we have done it on grazing trial, we have done as much as 900 pounds at the beginning of the finishing phase, and that still works. So you can pretty much have a lot of flexibility between weaning and the time when you really start pushing that animal for freezer beef. And that's where Florida and really the whole of Southeast has this huge advantage, is the amount of commodities that are present. And yes, prices are through the roof right now. Everybody it's looking for the cheapest way to feed cattle, and there's not very many cheap ways to feed cattle nowadays. So we have to keep in mind that we will have to use byproducts if we want to reduce the cost of feeding, and purchasing at the right time makes a big difference. I know I work with many of you, and I know that's one of the most common things that we try to preach when we can, is the purchasing at the right time. But I'm well aware of the challenges of purchasing at the right time and its storage. We even go through that. We actually have our facilities on the right. This is the North Florida Research and Education Center. We have facilities that would allow us to store commodities, perhaps 1, 2, even 3 loads, depending on the commodity in this base. But you really have to adjust your storage to whatever needs you have. Whether you have something like this picture on the left that also works, you really have to work with whatever you have. But there are logistic challenges of feed storage, and that's something that, especially now with the cost of everything and construction, it's not really the time to be advocating for investing perhaps in storage. But there were really creative ways. I've seen a lot of ways in which, whether it's through containers, piling up containers, tarps, there's creative ways to increase the storage to take advantage of some of this byproduct. So these are some of it. I'm just going to put all of this and talk a little bit about more in detail. These are some of the ideas that I say Panhandle, but really this expands to the entire state of Florida. Perhaps silage is really confined to the Panhandle or southeastern United States, where we can really grow good corn and sorghum silages in our area in the Florida Panhandle, and we have been experiencing or experimenting with corn silage and urea as the cheapest source of protein you can find as a backgrounding program for cattle, and this applies really not only to backgrounding but finishing. So cotton byproducts, I'm a big fan of, whether whole cottonseed meal as a protein source, or any of the fibers product like gin trash or cottonseed hulls. A lot of options with cotton, and that cotton seems to be a really affordable byproduct, perhaps one of the most abundant ones. We do get a lot of pellets like this, perhaps corn gluten. We used to have a lot of citrus pulp pellets available, makes for an excellent finishing feeding. We're just seeing a greatly diminished supply of those, and whatever little amount is available, it seems to go to the dairy. So I've been struggling to work with citrus pellets, which has been one of my favorite feeds in the past, particularly when it came to finishing animals. Distillers grains are still very popular, and it's one of the most cost-effective sources of protein. Molasses, you can see it in this picture. We do work quite a bit with molasses. On the finishing side of things, molasses may be a good way to reduce dust and add a little bit to the mixture, but it may be hard to really get fit any liquid feeds into like a finishing operation, unless it's maybe as a delivery system for ionophores or other things. So I do not want to forget about grass finishing, and I will come back to that, because if we're talking about finishing cattle or freezer beef, one, am I getting ahead of myself? But I want to make this point very clear that it's really, really tough to finish cattle on grass with high quality with some of our most typical forages that we have, particularly in Central and South Florida, and actually even in Northern Florida. Bahia grass, Bermuda, they're really tough in terms of providing enough energy to sustain the growth of a finishing animal. Quite the opposite, or quite a different situation, something like down here with winter annuals. We have done a lot of work with oats, rye grass, and those forages, even though they're really low in dry matter, so intake becomes an issue, having enough intake to support growth rates. But finishing on grass is possible, I would say. I would really emphasize that it's only possible when cool season annuals are available. Otherwise, it makes for a really challenging scenario. I did talk about bucket feeding because I do get a lot of questions about that, and absolutely works. I mean, bucket feeding it's like the way that many of you probably are thinking. Bucket feeding can be very interpreted in a very broad way. It could be something like what you see on the top left. It could be even a larger number of animals. It could be like what you see in the bottom. But here's one very important concept that I want to drive on the bucket feeding. If we're thinking about finishing animals, the concept of gut feel needs to be considered. In other words, that animal, even if we have a highly concentrated feed, it could be distiller's grain, it could be corn grain, highly concentrated in energy, very little protein, but we could mix the protein in. That animal is going to need to eat enough, especially a finishing animal. You can maybe picture some of this backgrounded cattle on the left, or being backgrounded. They may eat 2.5, 2.8% of the body weight. So we're looking at least 20 pounds a day of dry matter. So that is a lot of a gut feel to put in through a bucket feeding. So one of the approaches that I've seen fairly successful is to be able to provide enough of a concentrate that will favor that growth, enhance the quality of that carcass, marbling, etc. But having enough roughage, whether it's as a hay, like a roll of hay in the side, very common scenarios that I see in our area, or maybe it could be a situation like here in the bottom with a little bit of grass and running cattle on a grass trap, or somewhere where they may have access to roughage. It is very important that, especially during the finishing phase, those animals have some level of roughage in their diet. Otherwise, we can run into issues like the one I'm going to talk next. So one of the most common mistakes or the most common calls that I get in terms of not only, particularly freezer beef, but even sometimes pushing cattle during backgrounding, it's the lack of fiber in the diet. Animals are not designed per se to eat large quantities of grain. They can handle it, and in fact, they do that very well, and that's the best way to get them to finish in a cost-effective manner and with a high quality. But keep in mind that, and that as a rule of thumb, I like to at least provide 10% of roughage in a diet, which is hard to control if you're doing what I just said earlier. If you're providing hay as just a roll of hay or cattle grazing, they may not exactly get 10%, but if there is a way to mix in that roughage, whether it's cottonseed hulls, gin trash, or any of the other byproducts available in the region, at least you want to have 10% of that to avoid issues like the ones that you see here. Now, keep in mind something like a pie, like the one on the left, that manure, it's quite normal for a finishing animal. You can even see a little bit of grain in that. That's normal. This is not normal. When you see a lot of loose stools, they might start just wondering whether there is enough, maybe excess of fat in the diet, or typically not enough grain and not enough roughage. And some of these byproducts that we have that have less starch, for instance, gluten and soy hulls, DDG, they're really great because they have less starch. And the starch, as good as it is really what drives a lot of the ruminal fermentation and can cause something called ruminal acidosis, which is one of the most common issues that we will encounter in finishing cattle. And one of the consequences of that is that the rumen, that's basically the biggest one of those, that's for stomach, that rumen papillae, which you can almost see in the bottom picture. You see healthy, like portions of that rumen that are healthy with, there's this papilla, they're like basically like hair-like structures that are helping on the absorption of VFA or volatile fatty acids. When we put a lot of grain in that diet and we do not provide enough roughage, one of the most common problems is the burning or burnt off portions of that rumen that basically can lead to other disorders. They can increase liver abscess typically. It can lead to laminitis and some other issues. So we really want to be able to finish those animals on grass, but while providing enough roughage. That's one of the most common issues that I encounter in freezer beef. This is just an example of a backgrounding diet, but that you could really push a cattle on that basically been backgrounded to a lesser plane of nutrition. You can really push a corn silage based diet like this, basically 700-pound calves, heifers at NFREC. It was a study done a couple of years ago. We fed what you see here in the columns is a corn silage only. So this is a straight corn silage diet. Corn silage with 10% of a protein source that it's Brassica carinata meal is not the point. Very similar to canola. We even increased it to 20% without any additional benefits on average daily gain, which is the first row here, or cottonseed meal. The main point of this slide that I want to drive is whether you are in the finishing, and this is very well documented, whether you're in the finishing stages or backgrounding, it is extremely important to have enough protein in that diet to keep that growth curve pushing. Corn silage by itself may have 8-9% protein at best, and they might not, that definitely not sufficient for animals that are growing. Even so, you look at this 700 pounds, they may not need 14% protein diet like maybe 400 or 500-pound calf would, but they definitely need at least 12% protein on that diet. So the way that we did get to 12% was by either providing 10% of cottonseed meal or this other source. So the point that I want you to take out of this slide is look at the difference. That's the same corn silage. Basically, this is 100% corn silage, and this diet is 90% corn silage, 10% of a protein source. Brassica carinata meal or cottonseed meal both have in the neighborhood of 40% protein. So they're really, really good, to the point that only 10% of that in the diet does the trick. Look at the intakes. You really need to push intake. Whenever you're finishing, I don't care if you're doing freezer beef, it's still pushing and after those curves of growth, it still should be a priority, because you can limit feed an animal. They can gain maybe less than a pound or a pound and a half even. And that quality of that finished animal is going to be compromised, not to mention the amount of time that will take for that animal to finish. So that's a very important point. So out of this slide, what I want to make the point is the protein it's needed. And if you don't believe me, we can look at some of our most recent extension talk where we show basically that you can double the gain that you get out of the same corn silage with just adding a little bit of protein to the diet. And that translates into this economic number. This of course would have been last year, so this year may be a little greater. So we were feeding corn silage $120 the ton of dry matter a year ago. Whether we put 10 or 10% carinata meal or cottonseed meal, very similar in price, we were feeding for $150, $154 per ton. If we put 20% carinata meal, now we were going up to $182, which I would say this is too much. We did not see any added benefits. So basically 10% of anything with high enough protein does the trick. And this is the most important number here on the right, the feed cost of gain for every 100 pounds. So basically this is, you can move the decimal and say, well, 62 cents is what cost me to put 1 pound of beef on a corn silage diet on that experiment. And you can see how when we correct the protein, whether it's carinata meal again or cottonseed meal, now we're feeding cattle and every pound is costing 52 cents. If you follow today's, so yeah, this might have increased a little bit, but even following today's prices, you can you really would recognize, even though this is just the feed cost of gain. So it's how much are we paying in feed for every pound, or in this case, 100 pounds of beef produced. You have to add the delivery of that, of course. But even with delivery, and I can tell you, delivery may not be, depending on where you're at, you may go from 35 cents to maybe 60 cents per head per day on what we typically call a yardage fee. So you can, even though you're doing freezer beef, there is a cost, whether you are taking with the bucket the feed out there or you're delivering it with a tractor, there's always going to be some cost of delivery of that feed. But that cost is going to be minimal compared to feed. Always feed is one of your largest costs. So the point to make here is sometimes a small investment in protein, in this case, can really decrease your feed cost of gain, which is the number one variable to keep in mind, even if you're doing freezer beef again, because at the end of the day, you're trying to make a profit on this operation, whether you're selling it to friends or you're just consuming it within your family, is still going to be needed to keep the number as low as possible. So, and Dr. Guillermo Scaglia, who used to be at LSU, and with whom I got to interact and do some collaborative research, he's now with North Dakota State University as a department chair. But before moving to the North, he did a series of studies that I thought were very interesting. I actually asked for this slide from him. And basically, he looked at 3 different systems to look at grass-fed beef. And this is what I wanted to make the connection with grass feeding and just see if that's something that may work. And he had some systems that include only Bermuda grass. This is all done at LSU in the southern part of the state. So somewhat similar conditions to the Panhandle of Florida, but you will recognize some different grass that we may not be able to grow in our area. But basically, you can think of different forages to cover the entire year. So whether it's system 1, 2, or 3, the key that you will recognize in all of the systems is the need to push, whether it's ryegrass, rye and clovers, or ryegrass only, they need to finish those animals on a higher quality forage. So you can do the Bermuda grass, maybe even Bahia grass. There's some even hay feeding, which I would believe it would be this orange one in here, just in November, December. So all of that works, but the key is the finishing component has to be on a high quality. And that's about grass-fed beef, which is, I know I get a lot of questions about that too when it comes to freezer beef. It works. It might yield a slightly, or not slightly, a different product than maybe a grain-fed finishing steer heifer would. But the biggest point is the finishing on high quality. And you can look at this. Those are the 3 systems, right? And those animals start with 600 pounds and they're finished. Typically, grass-fed beef finishes with a little less weight, in this case, 1,100. But look at the summer gains, very low, regardless of the system. And that's a challenge anywhere you are, even if you're feeding grain, you're still going to have the issue of the summer intakes that are going to be low. Hay feeding, of course, is going to be always nearing 0 or even lost. So that is basically keeping or maintaining the animal and keeping the gut filled until we got some better forages. And then the winter annuals, that this is the key of grass finishing animal. In his case, he got gains of closer to 3, which is actually quite surprising. We usually get close to 2 pounds a day of average daily gain on our winter annuals. And if you combine the entire system, those 3 systems, cattle were gaining 1.5 pounds. So the point is, can we do it with forages on grass only? Yes, we can. It's possible. The product may be different. The end product may be different. But keep in mind that you're really going to have to play with the seasonality of those forages and try to always target finishing when your best forage is available. I put together a few local examples. So these are diets, backgrounding diets, and some of them are more than backgrounding, just finishing diets that we fed at NFREC. We've done some with 90% corn, sorghum silage and 10% DDGS. When fed free choice, those these would have been heifers. They were eating about 20 pounds a day. This is just to give you an idea of the capacity of intake that we got, with a gain of about 1.5 pounds. So this should serve as a guide of what you could expect under each one of the systems. When we fed, this is one of my favorite diets, and if I really could have a steady supply of citrus pulp, I will go back to this diet in a heartbeat. We fed a couple of years ago backgrounding diet to heifer that was 63% with citrus pulp, gin trash, one of the cheapest byproduct we could find in the area, 10% protein DDGS to correct for the protein. We have a supplement with the vitamin and minerals at 6%. Those heifers gained 2.5 pounds. This is one of the cheapest costs of gain. I can't remember the total cost of the diet, but at that time, obviously, feed prices were different. Those animals, those heifers, ate 23 pounds and gained 2.5. So really good conversion. This is a system that again I would do again if I could. We also experimented with backgrounding, and this is one what I say backgrounding, but if you have the opportunity to use corn silage, and the corn silage is of the quality of the one that we can grow in the Florida Panhandle with 40-50% grain, you can almost finish cattle with a 3.2 pounds a day gain. Actually, not almost. You absolutely can finish cattle with more than 3 pounds a day gain. So this diet, we have 42% gluten, 35% cottonseed hulls, some cracked corn, just enough to get perhaps enough marbling. And Bermuda grass, these were 740-pound heifers, and they ate quite a bit. You can see that perhaps some of the fibers byproduct really do not have enough of it, or the gut feel effect happens just when they get to 30 pounds. Just look at the heifers here, 740. They're all out of the same university herd. 720 pound heifer were gaining 2.5 pounds, eating 23 pounds a day. Now this heifer ate 7 pounds more and gained 3.2. So you're beginning to get the idea, perhaps, that it is all about intake, and that's really what drives. If anything, if I want to emphasize 2 things out today, three. One thing will be the protein. The other one will be making sure that we have enough hay and a finishing diet. And the third one is to make sure that those animals eat enough so that they can gain enough, because that's the only way that we're going to get to high carcass quality. So just a couple, two examples of finishing to wrap up. And finishing diets, this actually are for bulls in the bull test, but I use this because it's a really good example of finishing diet, an animal that has passed that 800, 750 to 100 pounds, and it's really ready to be finished. This has been the bull test diet for years now. And this was the summary of 6 years, couple years back, but 85% of the bull test diet, it's a 50-50 mix of corn gluten and soy whole pellets. And let me just stop there for a second on the 50-50 mix. I think is one of the best feeds that we have in the region. Its prices, it's skyrocketing now, but it still is perhaps the most cost-effective mixture of ingredients that we have in the area to get to 14 to 17% crude protein, which is ideal. And I wouldn't be surprised. I know of people actually finishing cattle with just that and enough hay on the side to prevent metabolic disorders. So in this case, we have documented over several years, 85% of this 50-50 corn gluten soy hulls. Very important. And again, here you can see my 10% roughage is comprised of cottonseed hulls and Bermuda grass, but you can do 10% hay and it's still fine. And if vitamin and supplement, vitamin and mineral supplement, those bulls, and they're gaining 3.4 pounds and eating 24 pounds a day. This is a really good finishing diet that we have done over the years. And another one that we've done just to illustrate the point of intake, and this would have been a mixture of steers and heifers that we fed. These were in free choice feeders through the summer. We have the 50-50 corn gluten soy hulls that is I was just mentioning. Some fiber source, in this case we use fiber pellets from a local provider that basically is just a pellet made out of fibrous residues of cotton and peanut. We couldn't record dry matter intake on that, but we started those heifers at 880 pounds and we finished them with 1150 and they gained 2.5 pounds a day. It's 2.47. So again, it's all about intake. So the point is, I just use examples of locally available byproducts and to show you that you can get close to 3 pounds a day easily with that. Now the cost is a whole different story. And today that's one of the biggest challenges. As I say, I want to wrap up with leaving some time for questions. So I just want to reiterate some of the main points. So importance of fiber, if you can, if possible, put at least 10% roughage in that diet, and if not, have free choice hay available. Animals might eat a little less, might eat a little more and gain a little less if they eat more roughage than what we would want, but it's a safer approach than leaving an animal on the trough with just 100% concentrate and no access to fiber. Growing versus finishing, there is something about that 800-pound animal that it seems to switch towards a finishing stage, and that is when I typically would recommend to start pushing that animal, start creating, formulating that diet with a higher energy density. Take advantage of byproducts. I know many of you do. There's a lot of options, and today I probably would not be able to finish animals if it wasn't for byproducts here in this area. Whether you're freezer beef or even some of the larger finishing operations use byproducts as much as they can. There are a lot of commercial pellets available, and I want to at least draw the attention to that because it's a growing segment of our industry, one that we can take advantage of. And I think there are some really cost-effective options out there. There are also a lot of pellets that are made out of residues that we also need to be aware. To whatever extent we can, we're always testing some of those. So feel free to reach out to me or some of your extension agents that might have experience with those. They might have a room in the finishing diet, maybe as a small fraction of it, but definitely it's something to consider. And if we're going on a grass-fed approach, which again is quite challenging, the only option that I see to consider finishing with high quality is try to finish those animals on a winter annual to increase the marbling or at least the characteristics. Finishing on Bahia Bermuda grass tends to be a very expensive proposition. Those animals really struggle to reach the end point, and then the quality is definitely it's compromised. So freezer beef is a growing opportunity. I don't think I need to tell you that. I think there's been enough discussion, but it adds value to calves. It's a niche market, so it may not be something. It'll have some roof at some point on growth, but lots of opportunity with that. And we always be happy. Cowling and the entire Panhandle and the entire UF actually extension team will be more than glad in working with you and formulating diets or trying to guide you towards some of the most cost-effective ways to do freezer beef. So with that, Cowling, I want to leave enough time for questions. Maybe I'll just.
That sounds great. Thank you so much. We've got some questions. Oh, maybe those aren't for everyone. Let's see. If you guys have questions, just like last time, stick them in the chat box. And I'm watching Facebook as well. I don't see any new questions on that. I don't know that Nicholas is going to stick on it around until the end. Like we said, he is at a professional conference, and I know he has other engagements. So this is your chance to ask nutritional questions. So they're coming into the chat box. Nicholas, can you see those?
No problem. Yes.
Okay.
The first one I have is a 50-50 mix. Is that the first one?
Yes, I
Yeah,
believe.
with the 50-50 mix on the slide. How's the fat and marbling on the animals? I think you would need more corn in the diet. Good question. So if yes, the 50-50 mix, it could be borderline marginal for marbling. You bring up a good point. I always like to have some corn or some starch. I shouldn't say corn, but really the cheaper way to put starch in the diet is corn. We did not on those bulls. We obviously did not check for marbling on those that were not harvested, but I would be curious to see if we need any more energy. There's a lot of research that shows that you really need starch to as a precursor of that, but I'm not sure really would be a good cost. It ends up being the biggest point. If you're really going to have a way to market your animals in a way that you're really going to take advantage of marbling, maybe you can justify putting, I don't know, 10-12% like we have corn, and that would be enough. But I would argue that a 50-50, in fact, I don't have a good way to compare because we're just starting, but I'll share an anecdote with you. We are finishing cattle at NFREC now on a diet as low as 30% corn, cracked corn. The rest is all soy hulls and fiber. And we got on a recent kill locally, we actually harvest those at Fort McCoy. We got 2 select animals out of 32 finished steers, 4 prime, and the rest were all choice. So definitely the marbling is there. We also have good genetics, I have to emphasize, but the marbling potential is there, even though we only have 30% corn. Now, I don't have any diet where we fed 50-50, I would still like to see maybe 10% or 12% corn just to be safe. But that would have been the one about the 50-50. Having neighbor feeding all bread and having good results. My vet told me to steer clear, but the results seem to contradict. Well, I'm not sure in that case what's the reason to steer clear of that. But all bread, I know I don't have any experience, but I can tell you there is a company basically making a really high quality product. That's another thing that maybe if you're interested in bakery waste, as it used to be called, the company is called Organic Matters, and I know they are they sell a lot of feed in Florida. I hear really good things about the potential for that byproduct, and that is basically all bread. Now, it might have a process of refining it and drying. Would be worried about molding and fat with all bread. That would be one big concern. Keep in mind that depending on the type of bread, wheat, especially starch from wheat, is one of the worst in terms of ruminal acidosis. In fact, we used to use wheat to induce ruminal acidosis. So that might be one of the reasons why the veterinarians told you to steer clear. And I would agree with that. But I've seen all kinds of use of byproducts successfully. And I think this is one that if it's not moldy and you can control the intake and you can see the animal grow with that, you pretty much have very cheap corn if you can do it that way. But I would be very aware of mold, particularly in fat. This product that I was mentioning, Organic Matters, it comes in a meal form, and it's dry and has a process that really makes it a commodity. So that's basically, it is all bread, but that's probably been dried and processed. So no, I don't have anything against residues as long as they're legal to feed and that we maintain quality and welfare. But
All right, do y'all have any more questions for Nico before he heads out?
otherwise, I can answer by email.
Yeah, I'm gonna include all of our speakers' contact information in the follow-up email that I'll provide the recordings to and stuff. And so if you guys have more questions specifically for each one of the speakers, you can start that conversation. All right, Nico, thank you.
Thank you very much, Colin. Great program. And
Thanks. All right.
you're up. Yeah.
That we are going to transition, and I am going to talk about, let's see if I can find it. There we go. Share my screen. And I am going to talk about kind of some of the selection and management of the cattle prior to slaughter. So Nicholas did a great job talking about what we need to feed them and how impactful that was. And Chad really took us through the entire process. But before that, we need to make sure we're starting with the right product. And so I'm going to talk just a little bit about visual appraisal of cattle, some marbling, back fat type things, and then we'll go ahead and wrap up today. So when we think about the visual appraisal of cattle, really, I always try to tell people to really focus on where the most valuable cuts of meat come from on that animal. And in most cases, those are kind of over the top line and down through the hindquarters. So those are where our chucks, our rib, our loin, those types of cuts are. And obviously we're familiar with the rib, providing the rib eye and the prime rib. The loin's going to give us our porterhouse, our T-bone, our filet mignon, our strip steak. The sirloin is where we get our tri-tip and our sirloin steak. So not as valuable as some of those beginning cuts. But then we can see as you move kind of down the animal to the bottom side, those cuts kind of decrease in value pretty rapidly. So when I'm visually appraising an animal, it makes sense that I want those high-end retail cuts to be some of the strongest areas in my animal. So I'm going to share a bunch of links that I have provided in this slideshow. There's a lot of really good YouTube videos and different documents that are online that talk about the visual appraisal of cattle. But like I mentioned, when you start to look at this animal, you can see the loin, the rump, and even some there in the shoulder. Those are really critical areas to look at. And it makes sense, those of us that are just kind of used to visually appraising cattle or have some experience into, you know, what looks good or what we desire our cattle to look like. We can see that we want that animal to be wide and flat across the back, and we want them to carry that volume and muscle down through those hind quarters and be well-rounded and smooth and have a nice shoulder and not be too wasty in the brisket and all of those types of things that we've learned just being in the cattle industry, but also don't take for granted that there's some people that are newer to the cattle industry and maybe need to just work on fine tuning our eye to visually appraising those cattle so that we can, you know, shift from more of a maternal or a reproductive standpoint, especially for those of us in the cow-calf industry, and make sure that the animals that we're selecting to go into our freezer beef program are going to provide us with the best cuts of beef possible. And so some of the reasons why this is important, and at some point really we have to talk about yield grade and quality grade. It's a big part of obviously the beef packing industry and how all of that comes about. So yield grades are expressed in numbers, and it basically estimates a percentage of cutability from the carcass. So that cutability is defined as those closely trimmed, boneless retail cuts of the round, the loin, the rib, and the chuck, like we talked about earlier, those high-end valuable cuts. And so what yield grade does is it just gives us a numeric ability to kind of estimate what the cutability of that animal is. And there's a formula that's utilized for that. So you're going to look at the external fat thickness over the ribeye. You put in the ribeye area into that calculation, an estimate of the KPH fat, which is kidney, heart, and pelvic fat. But you'll see that in a lot of the things you're reading or as you're starting to research freezer beef and beef production, they're going to refer to that as KPH. That's just your internal organ fat, that fat that's around, you know, all of those internal organs. So specifically the kidney, the pelvic, and the heart fat. And then the last thing that goes into that equation is the ribeye area. So Chad, are you on here still?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, talk to us. What's some of the yield grades that they should be shooting for, say, on their steers that they're finishing out?
Well, if for a calf that you are going to feed a high concentrate diet for some period of time, that honestly, if we are targeting a low choice quality grade, then our goal in terms of how much fat they should have external is about 1/2 an inch. And so if we have, that really should be our goal. And so 1/2 an inch of fat and a calf that starts at about a 3.3 preliminary yield grade external fat. And so if they are right at par for what they need for ribeye size, or if they beat it a little bit, they'd be an upper end yield grade 2. If they were just par for muscle or missed their ribeye requirement, they would be maybe a middle of the road yield grade 3. So if you are somebody who is feeding cattle, you know, if you're retaining ownership of them, and you have if you get your report back and it says that we had only 15% or 25% yield grade 3s and 70 some odd percent yield grade 1s and 2s and no yield grade 4s and 5s, those cattle are underfinished. They are. If we go the other direction, if we're finishing a group of cattle and it comes back and it says that we have 45% yield grade 4s and 5s and no yield grade 1s and 3% yield grade 2s, then those cattle are overfinished. And so, now if we're generating a grass-fed product, just innately, right, relative to what we're doing, we probably will not be able to generate the amount of external fat. Most all of those cattle will probably, even if they are correctly finished, we'd want them to have about 0.3 of an inch of fat, so that it will kind of prevent some cooler shrink. And we'd end up and we'd probably a grass finished steer that has 2,500 or 0.3, 3,500 of an inch of fat, probably going to be 25 months of age. And that would probably be about the target.
Okay, thank you for that. And then likewise, kind of the cousin or the sister, I don't know what you want to call it, of yield grade is quality grade. So we hear those two terms passed around quite a bit, but this is really just determined at slaughter, and its evaluation of the maturity and the marbling of the animal. So you can see across the top of this slide, we have the maturity, and then down the left-hand side, you have the degrees of marbling, everywhere from slightly abundant to slight traces. And so you can see that as your animals get older in maturity and you start to have some of those lower marbling animals, that's where you get into your cutters and your utility quality grades. Obviously, those are probably not what we're going for. And likewise, as we're slaughtering younger animals, and you can see across the bottom that there's some information on maturity and things like that. But as we're slaughtering those younger animals, particularly those ones that are less than 30 months of age, the more marbling that we're able to put into that meat, the higher quality product. And that's when you start to get into some of your choice and prime, which is likely what your goal is. So when you start to think about prime, choice, quality grades, which is probably what your consumers are going to be more familiar with, you got to keep in mind the two major players in that are going to be your maturity and your marbling. So when we look at the different definitions of what that marbling would be, we can see the definition of moderately abundant, which is your prime, and then we work down through those different classifications to the slight marbling for the select, or where you have the high choice and the average choices. Obviously, those are going to be your goals if you're selling cuts, but this will give you an idea and kind of a reference to look at. And if you're not receiving quality grades on your meat, you can work with someone to help you kind of establish those, but this will give you an idea. So probably the part that I'm most qualified to talk about today is the genetics of your cattle. There are several different resources that I'm going to post in that, but really at the beginning of the day, this is what it comes down to. And you cannot end with a quality product if you don't start with a quality animal. I think that there's a lot of things that we can do to make them better, but really to reach that high end tier and be super profitable and successful in this, you have to have quality cattle to start. And so that's one of the things I kind of preach to people is you really can't start with inferior genetics and think you're going to have a superior beef product. It's just not going to work out for you. And there's a lot of things that play into that carcass quality. Our carcass weight, our yield grade, and our quality grade all come down to our carcass quality. But in order for us to be set up to successfully produce that quality carcass, it all comes back to genetics in the beginning. And so one of the things when we think about genetics and these carcass traits and how we're going to move forward is we're really kind of blessed as far as in the freezer beef or the end product world, I guess, is because those are the most heritable traits. So when I explain heritability to people, the easiest way to think about it is the beginning product is that calf. So at the beginning of the production phase, we're looking at reproduction, all of those types of very maternal traits, female fertility. And then we kind of move to the middle of the production cycle where we're weaning those calves, or they're going back into the herd for replacement heifers. And those are kind of our moderately inheritable traits. And then at the end of the line is our kind of in trait or at the rail where we're looking at the carcass. And those are things like marbling and mature weight, and they're fairly heritable. So when we go to start making changes towards increasing the quality of our genetics or the quality of the carcasses that we're producing, the good news is that those are fairly heritable traits. And so by making some good genetic decisions, you can have a pretty good influence on that animal's ability to change over time and to try to make those changes within your herd. So keep that in mind as you're moving forward and making selections. So the selection of the cattle is kind of what we talked about. There's a lot of different breeds out there that you can be successful with. So, you know, there's the baseline Angus. They're probably the standard as far as carcass quality and uniformity, I think, in the industry, as far as a breed that's just really focused on those in traits and focused on making genetic selections towards in quality. I'm not saying that there's other breeds, Simmental, you know, even some of the Brahman breeds have really focused on that to try to increase the value of those steer calves within our industry. So there are a lot of breeds that are doing a lot of really good work. Obviously, Charolais is one of those breeds that's kind of just like the workhorse of the feedlot. Everybody you talk to in the feedlot industry will say nothing will grow better than a smoked calf. And that's from that growth that you get from the Charolais in things. So there's a lot of breeds that you can work with. You don't have to be breed specific, but each of these breeds has their own strengths and weaknesses. And so when you're kind of coming up with your plan and developing your strategy as to what direction you're going to move with your freezer beef operation, there's people that are integrating Wagyu or Akaushi cattle into their herd. And those are great choices, but you just have to make sure as you move to some of those more specialized breeds, there's a cost associated with that. And so as you market those animals, you need to be able to absorb that cost in the superiority of your product. So those are just things to keep in mind. Another thing that a lot of people have done that I think is fairly brilliant is the integration of some low-line breeds or some of our smaller breeds into their freezer beef program. And what that does is that basically produces a smaller hot carcass. So when you're selling halves and quarters, especially to your typical urban family, they're probably not going to have the freezer space that a lot of rural people have. I grew up in Montana. We were like 100 miles from the nearest grocery store. We had big freezers and, you know, we stocked up on things and we were very used to that. The typical urban household or someone living in a subdivision in Orlando or Atlanta probably doesn't have that type of freezer space, and to try to market them a half of a beef can be a huge task. But when you integrate some of those smaller framed breeds into your genetic program, you can make those halves and quarters smaller, and that's a more tangible thing for them to purchase. So I think that that's a good marketing tool that can be used kind of depending on how you're marketing your product. And then lastly, just really using superior sires within your herd. So if you have a commercial cow-calf operation and you're starting to integrate some freezer beef and these types of products to try to add value and really kind of diversify what your operation has to offer, I think the use of things like artificial insemination and really kind of going through your sire selection and working through your EPDs and looking at what types of bulls are going to add the most value for that specifically can be something that can be beneficial. Now, obviously, a majority of you, I think, are probably cattle producers first, and then this is kind of an add-on to some larger operations. And so you have to find your balance. And so some of the things that can help you find that balance, I think, is having a terminal cross on a portion of your herd. There's a lot of operations that do this in various ways, and it works pretty well. So in order to continue, say you have a purebred Simmental operation, we'll just use that as an example. To continue to produce your replacement heifers, obviously you need to produce purebred Simmentals. But if you're looking to diversify and maybe market some of your steer calves as freezer beef and you're wanting to cross them with with a Angus bull that has some, really, really well reputable marbling and carcass traits. What you can do is you can have a subset of your herd that would be a terminal cross. So what that might look like in a seed stock operation would be, maybe you're going to do a couple rounds of AI and then use a terminal cross cleanup bull. You might even, in an operation, a commercial operation that's not using AI, you might have three Simmental bulls and then one terminal cross bull that you turn out within your entire herd. And so a subset of your calves will be that terminal cross. That's kind of a way to diversify your genetic pool without completely shifting your production strategy. And those are things you can think about as you get further into this operation. So next, let's think about the genetics of this. Genetic testing is a really, really cool opportunity that you have. It's becoming more and more widely used. And so the more people that use it, the more affordable it gets. And so that's a great thing for us because, the more money we're pouring into this operation, obviously the harder it becomes to become profitable. And so when we look at things like genetic testing, it gives us the ability to maybe really determine which one of our animals are most suited to produce our freezer beef. And you might be able to do that either on some herd sires or on some of your dams or your females within your herd, and look at which one of those cows or those sires have the biggest likelihood to produce animals that are going to yield good and that are going to have, a good quality grade. At the end of the day, those are things, this kind of gives you a little bit of a jump start. I think you can spend years gathering that data, or you can do some genetic testing. Obviously, it's not foolproof, and it's hard to, I guess, trump the traditional data we get from production after years of doing this. But especially if you're new in it and you haven't gotten a lot of carcass data back on your herd, this could give you some ideas of what direction to go and maybe what family groups within your cow herd are going to be the most likely to help you really get that premium product. And so the other thing to keep in mind is this really just kind of shows you what genes are expressed within that animal. So the best way to think about that is with embryo transfer. You can have two bulls that are flush mates. So what that means is, they're out of the exact same mother and the exact same father from the exact same mating, but they may look completely different and they may perform completely different. And that's no different than, my brother and my sister and I don't necessarily look the same or have several of the different traits from each other. And that's just because of the genes that could potentially be expressed from our father and our mother. Each one of us expressed different genes. And so that's why this tool can be very useful. It's not as good at predicting tenderness. I'm sure that they are working on that. And then the cost, like I said, is about $25 to $40 per head. That's come down a lot over the years. And so I think it'll become more and more affordable, and it'll become a more useful tool for commercial producers as we move forward in the industry. So that's just kind of a really fast whirlwind portion on genetics, just to really start to get you to think about how important the genetics of your animal is. And there's no magical feed or processing and tenderizing and anything you can do once that carcass is killed. If the genetics are not there, those animals are not going to finish well, and you're not going to have the quality of meat that you're looking for to market. And I think, when you talk to order buyers, that's one of the number one things they'll bring up is you just got to have good genetics, and you got to have quality cattle to start with, because they're looking for cattle that are going to perform good in the feedlot and do good on the rail. And so you kind of have to start to think like that and understand that if maybe you have a very average set of cows, then you need to start to look at purchasing some superior bulls or using artificial insemination or something like that to improve your genetic offerings that you have. So after you have those animals, one of the next things that you really have to look at is knowing how to determine when your cattle are finished. So we're going to select what animals are going to go into our freezer beef program, and then we're going to start to work towards the nutritional program that Dr. DiLorenzo talked about. And there's a lot of different approaches to that. But at the end of the day, we need to be able to look at our cattle and visually appraise when they are finished. And I have several different things that you can look at that I'm going to share with you in links that are really good, but we're going to talk about this just a little bit. So when we talk about the difference between marbling and back fat, there's a lot of things that can influence the difference between marbling. Sorry, I keep hitting that and then it changes that. Okay. The differences between marbling and back fat. And so we might want to look at the same thing as, you know, there's a distinct biological difference between marbling and back fat and how it affects the palatability of beef and our eating experience and all of those types of things. And really the key component of all of this is the deposition of adipose tissues, which adipose is fat. So how those fat cells are going to be deposited throughout the carcass and within the meat cuts. And that's really going to boil down to what we call subcutaneous or the intramuscular fat. So when that fat is being deposited outside of the cuts of meat, that's where we're going to start to develop that back fat, the KPH or the kidney, heart, and fat. But obviously the more valuable place for us to have that meat or that fat being deposited is within the muscle or that marbling component. And so there are several factors and really people that have spent their entire life trying to determine this and fine tune it and working towards kind of honing in on the science of marbling and how all of that is affected. So I have several different links on that. There's a lot of different things that determine when and how that fat deposition is really laid down and how it works. And we know that cattle grow in 3 phases. So first their frame is going to grow, and then they develop muscle, and then they start to deposit fat. And so as that animal grows and changes over time, kind of the way their body is prioritizing the deposition of the fat and those types of things can all be affected. And we can use our diet to manipulate that. But at the end of the day, the genetics have to be there in order for that animal to marble correctly. There's some breeds that just simply don't marble, and they can create a really good lean product, but they'll reach a point where they're no longer depositing any fat within the muscle or intramuscular fat, which is that marbling, and they're just simply fattening, which is going to be adding back fat and KPH and things like that. And so that's going to kind of start to hurt the quality of your carcass, and you're eventually going to start to lose money because you're spending money on feed and you're not gaining any of that marbling. There's also some research that talks about how creep feeding and some different dietary things at different phases of the production cycle can be very helpful in the development of marbling, especially if those genetics are there for that animal to marble. And I have some good links of some extension documents and then a really good link on a YouTube video. So I'm going to share those. But a really good rule of thumb that I like to use is that cattle fatten top to bottom, front to back. And in my mind, that just makes total sense. And so for me, that is probably the simplest way to think about the degree of finish on cattle, and Chad can tune in at any point. But really, when you start to think about how that external fat or that subcutaneous fat, not the fat being laid within the muscles, but the fat that is outside of the muscling, not our marbling, those cattle fatten top to bottom, front to back. And anybody who's been around many feedlot cattle or finished out any cattle, that will really make a lot of sense. You might have already known that, or maybe that's just kind of a subconscious thing that we've known. But when you watch cattle fatten, typically they're going to start to develop some fat in the brisket across the top, down the shoulders, and down through the brisket, across that top line. And then as we move into the finishing phase, you'll see the fat coverage will come down into the flank. They'll start to get full in the front flank. And then a very fat steer or heifer is going to really start to deposit a lot of fat in the cod, which is, in the steers, the scrotum, or within the udder of the heifers. And then also on the front end of that, you'll start to see all that brisket fill up, and that kind of moves back towards the flank. So the last point that calf's really going to start to pack on a lot of fat deposition is in that back bottom quarter, which is, basically the flank area and down that rump. So cattle fatten front to back, top to bottom. That's just basic meat science 101, not even 0.101 probably. So when we look at these two animals, we can really see that makes a lot of sense. The steer that's on feed in the feedlot on the right-hand side versus the steer that's on pasture. It was kind of hard to find good examples of pictures, exactly what I was looking for, but you can really see the difference down this steer's back. On the steer on grass, he doesn't have near the cover down his back. Pone fat are those pockets of fat on either side of the tail head. You can see that this steer on grass really doesn't have any pone fat. You can see there's starting to be a pretty good bit of pone fat on the feedlot steer. And then really the telltale sign is look at that flank on the feedlot steer versus the flank on the calf on grass. And we can see that difference there, and we can see how much fuller it is. We can see how much fuller that is as we move forward. So there is this great YouTube video. It was done by, I can't remember the guy's name, but he was at a state fair, I believe. And he looks at a bunch of different steers there at the fair and heifers. And he really evaluates the degree of finish on each one of those animals. I'm going to give you the video. So they're looking at live animals. It's a video. So you see the animals move. And he's talking about determining the degree of finish on a live animal visually. It's a great video. It will really help you kind of fine tune when your animals are finished. And I know probably a whole nother presentation or a talk would be on how to hold your animals and finish them to a set time point as well, because as we all know right now, it's really hard to get kill dates. And so we kind of have to learn how to juggle that time management of when our animals are finished versus when we're going to have a kill date available. And then lastly, over finishing cattle is super expensive. So there's a point in time where those animals are going to quit marbling and just deposit external fat. And once we reach that point and those animals are finished and they start to become over finished, it becomes really expensive because the value of our carcass is actually decreasing. And at the same time, we're still putting feed into that animal. And so it just continues to kind of be this counterproductive cycle. So that's why I really stress learning how to tell when your cattle are finished and to what degree of finish you're searching for, because every one of you guys might have different goals as far as the degree of finish that you want to take your cattle to. And so really fine tuning that and coming up with a plan is something that Chad and I can help you with, particularly Chad, but really making sure that you dial in. There's a lot to this, and this is probably one of the most important things that's going to impact your actual endpoint eating experience. And like I said, just really understanding the difference between marbling and back fat and how that marbling is laid down between the muscle fibers. And that's why we call it intramuscular fat, and how highly correlated that is to the eating experience. And so, an animal with a significant amount of back fat necessarily isn't going to correlate to a tender, juicy steak. There's a large percentage of the population that's going to cut that off and not eat it. And so just understanding the difference between that, and then how diet and genetics impact that. And when we look at marbling, really, like I said, the genetics, there's even some information on fetal programming. And so looking at the diet of that calf, why he's in the uterus before he's born, and how those fat cells are developed within the calf. And, those tend to kind of develop up until about 250 days. And then after that, your animal really doesn't produce very many new adipose cells. Those cells just kind of tend to grow. And so really understanding the importance of developing the adipose cells in utero so that they're there for you to use and expand upon while you're finishing that animal. The sex of the animal is also something that's going to influence that. We all know steers and heifers finish differently, they perform differently, but you really have to keep that in mind. Castration, bulls tend to be leaner, and so we have to keep that in mind. How that all kind of fleshes out, and those animals perform differently, and the value of castrating our steers at a young age, and how that will impact our finished product. And then lastly, age, we talked about that, you know, what goes into quality grade, maturity and marbling. And so the age of the animal is going to play a huge part into that quality grade, and also really how that animal's going to finish and lay down that intramuscular fat that's so important. And then kind of lastly, to wrap it up, some of my end thoughts would be to really focus on uniformity. And I'll give an example of a producer that I know that's producing some freezer beef. He's had a herd of cattle about 5 years. His cows were purchased from the stockyard. So genetically, we really don't know nothing about those cows. And they weren't purchased from a single herd. So they were purchased, you know, from multiple herds. So the genetic uniformity really isn't there. And as an endpoint, I think he's seen some huge challenges in producing a consistently uniformed product for his people or his clients. And every one of you guys know that it's only going to take one really bad steak for them to have a hard time wanting to come back and pay that premium. And so really working and making sure that you have some uniformity across your genetics. You know, if one pack of steaks is, you know, hits it out of the ballpark, and the next pack is maybe that like low choice, like they're not bad steaks, but they're not good steaks either. You're going to sense that, and you're going to lose some of your return customers. And that's probably going to be kind of some of your sustainable profit, is those people that are going to come back time and time again. And so just really stressing the importance of having a very uniform product everywhere, from genetics to how you finish that product to how you wrap, package, and market that product. From front to back, you have to work towards having a very uniform product. And we see some of these big people like 44 Farms, who's able, you know, they provide McLaren Farms beef for Walmart, and that's Walmart's branded beef product. That product is so uniform that you rarely get a difference from one pack to another. And you can stand at that meat counter and look at all of them, and maybe they vary in size just a little bit, but all of the ribeyes are very uniformed in size and marbling, and fat and all of those types of things. And so that's really what you have to strive for. And obviously, you know, those in-point big producers that have been able to do some really large contracts and things, that's just probably a product of time and some really direct decisions that went towards that. But at the end of the day, you guys can do that too. You just have to really focus and dial in on that uniformity. So start with quality cattle and you'll finish with quality cuts. You can't put lipstick on a pig. You can't put marbling in poorly selected cattle. I think marbling, quality, tenderness. I really didn't talk about tenderness, but it plays right along in there with that. And so you really just have to focus on those things and make sure you're making good decisions. And with that, I put this together today as we were talking. I think there's an opportunity for us to talk about marketing and branding. We really didn't have time to do that today. Maybe someone to talk about third-party verification. And then I think something that's so important, whether you're a cow-calf producer or a chicken farmer, really is just really fine-tuning your budget. And when you go to pricing your meat and your in-point products, it's going to be huge for you to know your exact input costs. And so we're going to talk a little bit about creating that budget and then how to track those expenses through your production process and really dial in on exactly what your cost of production is so that you can make sure you're making money. Because we all love what we do, but at the end of the day, we need to make money at it too. Right, Chad?
Yes, that is exactly correct. Yeah, if there's, yeah, we want, it's got to be sustainable. Absolutely.
Yep. Okay, so one of our questions
Otherwise,
was
it's just a
typically
hobby.
how much feed in a day should we be looking at on a daily basis? How to judge when we're overfeeding an animal. So that's a good question. It's really going to depend on what phase of the ration you're into. Nicholas touched on it a little bit, but you're typically probably going to have 3 to 4 phases. So you're going to have a kind of a starter ration. You might have a grower ration, and then you're going to have a finishing ration, and you'll step those cattle through that ration. Kind of, you know, shift them up from one to another. You don't have a sharp, you know, you don't go one day you're feeding the grower ration, the next day you go directly to full finisher ration. You kind of transition those cattle over. And Chad mentioned it early, reading the bunk. I can tell you in the big feedlots out west, particularly, I worked at one in Oklahoma when I was in college, and every morning we read the bunks. And so what that means is you're going down each bunk and estimating the percentage of feed that's left over. And that really helps you determine how much feed you should provide to those animals that day. And then likewise, there's a lot of things that affect an animal's appetite, everything from weather, atmospheric pressure, stress, those types of things. And so typically kind of a rule of thumb is 2.5 pounds or 2.5% of the body weight per day is going to be bulk wise what that animal can eat. But the other thing that regulates intake is the amount of nutrients that are provided in that diet. So cattle know they're full one of 2 ways, by fill or by nutrient density. So that's why if you're feeding a hotter finishing ration, you're not feeding near as many pounds, and that animal will eat less pounds for the simple fact there's a biological kind of physiology thing that's going to go off and trigger their brain for satiety, which means they're full, they should stop eating. And so really probably reading the bunk or seeing how much feed that animal's leaving is a really good way. But then also, you know, really just managing that animal's overall health and making sure that, you know, if you step them up too quickly, you're going to really have problems with bloat. You might have problems with founder and some things like that. I don't know, Craig, if that completely answers your question, but if your animal's cleaning up all their feed on a regular basis within that phase of, you know, say once you wean your calves and you're kind of on that starter ration, if they're continually cleaning up all that feed, you can probably start to bump them up. Another thing that we really didn't talk about that's really important is kind of your feed to gain conversion, and meaning that how many pounds of feed is it going to take me to put a pound of gain or a pound of weight on that calf? And that's really going to go into your genetics. Some cattle are more efficient than others, and then some feed products are more efficient than others. And so you can think about that feed to gain conversion. And, you know, ideally you wouldn't want to be feeding more than like 20 pounds, 25 pounds of feed to gain 1 pound of animal, or 1 pound, put 1 pound of gain on that animal. Some of the really efficient animals can do it with like 10 pounds of feed, depending on the ration. Chad, what do you got to add to that?
I think, yeah, I think you've done a good job addressing what they're talking. Yeah, what their question was. Absolutely.
Okay, I'm going to let you tackle this next one about holding cattle once you get them finished, but you can't get them to slaughter. What should you do?
Well,
Build a slaughter place.
that is, I would, there's quite, it's not new data, right? But there's some old data that documents that, you know, an animal we're going to maximize everything that we're doing relative to carcass merit, efficiency, when those animals are merchandised at the correct compositional endpoint. And so what can you do? What can you do if we have these that are ready and we're still 60 days off? Honestly, if you're 60 days off, you probably need to be out in front of it just a little bit better, the best you can, because if you do something to, I mean, you're just gonna, you can keep feeding them, obviously, but that's a losing proposition, right? If you change the ration on them appreciably, they're going to go backwards, right? I'm not going to say they're going to lose a whole lot in terms of IMF exactly, but it's certainly not going to help them. So that's can you have some modest changes and increase fiber a little bit? Yeah, you can. Can you? But if they are ready, we can do more to hold them 100 days before they're ready for slaughter than they are when they're ready, right? So probably the best thing that I could tell you there is if something happens and you have a bunch that are ready and you don't have that many trolley slots or shackle space, I would try to do what you can to see if you can get some calves in some other places, because yes, 2 weeks is not that big a deal. 2 weeks, can you kind of scab it together? How much additional fat are they going to get in 2 weeks? Not that big a deal. 60 days, a different situation. So you can, and I'm not a ruminant nutritionist, but if you slowly kind of go back to some more fiber and kind of do your best not to completely foul them off feed, but you're not going to at that point you're probably not maximizing what you're going to do, or you're going to have you could potentially metabolize a little bit of IMF, not immediately, but you could. So something about EPDs and ultrasound. So the EPDs for carcass merit, 99% of them today do come from carcass ultrasound. And so ultrasound is an outstanding tool that we can use to identify with live animals that this one's got the most IMF and that these have the least IMF. And you take and you put those records in, and to making an EPD for IMF, let's say, over a wide range, that's got value.
You lost your sound, Chad.
Oh, I don't know. I didn't hit a button.
Oh, you're back. Oh,
I'm back. I don't know. Can you guys still hear me?
Yeah, you're good.
I don't know. I didn't really think I hit anything, but yeah. So those EPDs for marbling today are largely driven by yearling ultrasounds for IMF and ribeye area and fat thickness. If you want to try to increase the quality of the freezer beef that you're producing, if you identify some bulls that are in the upper 10% for IMF, you certainly don't want to just broad scale single trait select. But if you got kind of like the scenario she was talking about, if you kind of have a mixed bag group of put together cows and you want to make high quality freezer beef, if you utilize some bulls that are within the top percentile of their breed for IMF, that's probably going to help you.
Yeah, I think like Chad said, so EPDs are expected progeny differences. And so that's the ribeye area we expect that calf to have, or the marbling that we expect that calf to have. But when we do the ultrasound, that gives us the actual data. And so EPDs are a tool to help you select with, but then you get that actual. That's kind of the difference between the EPD for weaning weight tells us what we expect that calf to wean at, but that's not as valuable to us as the actual weaning weight that we collect in the fall when we wean those calves. And so that's kind of the difference is, you use EPDs to work towards your selection goals. But then when you take that carcass data and undo that ultrasound, you can really see how those calves are actually performing on the diet that you have them have, that you're feeding them in the environment that you're raising them in. All right. I don't see, that was our question off of Facebook. So I don't see any other questions in the chat either. We've had you guys on here for over 4 hours. So I really appreciate y'all sticking it out. Like I said, there's going to be a bunch of links that I'll send out in the email as far as additional resources. I'll give you Chad, Dr. Chad Carr, Dr. Nicholas DiLorenzo's contact information. And then we will kind of move towards getting you guys some more information. Also, we'll set a date for the one that we're probably going to do this fall, where we will look at some different aspects of freezer beef production. So with that, thank you guys very much. I appreciate your time. Chad, thank you so much.
Thank y'all. Y'all have a good day.
So we really appreciate your time, and y'all have a great day. Last thing is, when you get the email with the survey data is so important to Chad and Nicholas and I. That's how we get our funding. And so please take 2 minutes and complete the survey. So with that, y'all have a great day, and let us know if you have any questions.